It's time for Declare Your Independence with Ernest Hancock.
Believe me when I say we have a difficult time ahead of us. But if we are to be prepared for it, we must first shed our fear of it. I stand here without fear because I remember that I am here not because of the path that lies before me, but because of the path that lies behind me. I remember that for 100 years we have fought these machines. And after a century of war, I remember that which matters most. We are still here! Tonight, let us make them remember we are not afraid!
Yeah! We're back! And we're still not afraid. You know, just, yeah, whatever. You know, a few weeks go by, Phranq and I, you know, we're both building up the pressure, the steam valve. We got to do Trump report, find out what's up with Dr. Phranq off air. We're starting a little late because we were just yakking it, getting personal caught up thing. But lots of stuff going on. You know, lots of stuff. What stuff? You know, how much stuff we want to get into and how much do I need to say, it doesn't matter and I don't care. Well, you know, there's...
You got that as a month's worth of build-up.
I know, man.
I don't care.
I just had to... You go days. I mean, we still have to do Freedom's Phoenix, you know, the newsletter and everything. And, you know, Don and I, you know, we spend hours a day on, you know, doing that. So it's not like I don't know. But I'm not doing... You know, I'm not going deep dive into the same crap. Well, what's, you know, some of the big news that we get? All of a sudden, you get into Trump declares Strait of Hormuz U.S. territory. You know, I just, you know, it's Gulf of America now. I mean, you know, it's kind of whatever. So and oh yeah, where's my Mount Rushmore slot? So it's so comical. You know, we're going to look back on these days and go, man, the vanity, the hubris, the ego, wow, I am stunned in light of what is really happening in the economy. Now, Trump makes his whatever billion on, you know, crypto stuff that he and his family's doing. You know, they're fine. You know, and then you pay $100,000 to join his Truth Social. I tell you first, you get, you know, 5 minutes, 5 days, whatever before I do it, and you can go make money on the stock market kind of thing. And I am dumbfounded at how neon flashing obvious this stuff is. At least it's out in the open. I mean, it's just so what, you know. This is where my mind's at. Right before we left, you know, I started, you know, I'm almost done last season, you know, just binge watch the crap out of Game of Thrones. You do that and you realize this is how it really works. This is what's going on. You know, you don't deal with the millions of people. It's just the game of the gangs with the flag. You know, and then you got the Iron Bank, which, you know, Federal Reserve or Bank of International Settlements or whatever. And then you got, you know, I'm not here to, you know, fix the wheel. I'm going to break the wheel. I mean, you know, all these phraseologies in there of how the world really works. And you're sitting here watching it happen to the detriment of individual people. And the only solution is decentralization of power down to the community, the family, the individual. And this is why you can see it so clear that they go after decentralization. They go after people making their own decisions. They go after, you know, you didn't get a permission slip, you know, edict from the crown. You're doing it wrong. Yeah, but I'm doing it. Well, you're not allowed to do it without permission slip. Well, now with tokenization, they're going to be tokenizing water. We're going to trade it on the market. Same thing with carbon tax credits. We're going to, you know, the United Nations needs some money. You know, and then we find out that NATO has been the ones that really are the enforcers using NATO as the mechanism by which they're controlling a bunch of stuff and surveillance and everything. I mean, you're going to have some centralized command to something, with F-16s and and a will, and this is what happens. So I'm when I say it doesn't matter and I don't care, it's really a recognition of the macro stuff is already done. It's already planned. The only solution is micro. It's down. You got to get away from all of the the platforms and your retirement and your pensions and your 401ks and your Roth IRAs and IRAs. All this stuff has now been collectivized in such a way that they can force buying of U.S. Treasuries because nobody else will. And then it goes in as pledging of stable coins that go into funding AI expansion and doing and it all goes bad, and taxpayers on the hook of it was kind of your money and it's gone now. Well, they're doing it's gone now by the freaking bucketful. We are at major, major risk, and the only solution is to feed yourself, to get out of this guaranteed going down freaking system of, oh my God. How do you prep for that? Well, you can do the occupy the land thing and, just be off. But if you're not ready to do that or too old or don't care or whatever, what do you do with the resources? Okay, I've accumulated some money. Where do you put it? How do you protect it? How do you make use of it? I'm crypto rich. Of course, I can't sell it and get any cash to pay anything, but I'm crypto rich. I mean, that kind of thing. So it's just all of this you can see at a macro, especially if you back off for a few weeks, as we did, because it's 115 degrees here on the land kind of crap. So that was perfect timing. We had to go to Oklahoma to help my oldest daughter's family. They decided they back and forth across the country and big fifth wheel and homeschooling kids and doing their businesses and so on. And because they could, and they went to Europe on a cruise and with some friends. They got to meet some other friends that we know, and they having a good time and whatever. And Oklahoma, near where Midfest Freedom Festival is, Mid-Continent Freedom Festival, Midfest. They within like an hour of that, so we got to go visit with our friend Mike at that has built 2 domes, for his sister, and they're about finished with that, so we got to take a look at that. Then our friends and big financial supporters as well, and good friends for a long time that we met. They come into our freedom summits, 20 years ago and so on, and they, you know what, Ernie and Donna's a good investment. You get stuff done, So it's we're good friends with them. We went up to their compound. I mean, they got like a box canyon, and they just pimping it out. So they're opening it up for events. So I'm going, okay, well, you're not clandestine or secret anymore. I'm going to do a video. So I went around and just kind of superficially showed what they're doing up there. You go to occupytheland.org, and you can see that video last week is of their compound, what they've done. And you go, holy crap, little herd of buffalo, bunch of greenhouses, gardens, food, dairy, cows, beef, pigs, dogs. I mean, it's a thing, And then all of the apartments and cabins that they got and whatever to do big events. They start doing weddings and so on there. So I'm going, okay, well, this is where they're going to write it out. They travel the world. They got places, around the world. Well, this is home base. Because even during COVID, America was, they got places in Panama too, and they're like, they got machine guns on the beach, and, it's not the men's day at the beach, or, your license plate on your car is odd today, so you're not allowed to go out. I mean, it was just a thing. And they go, holy crap, as crazy as freaking, especially Washington State was and everything, it was better than the rest of the world. So they're committed to being probably America, but they still travel quite a bit. Well, they went to Europe on a cruise and visited a lot with my oldest daughter and her family. Well, they finally, after a few years, they're inspired by the Love Bus Liberty Tour. They're going, yeah, we could do this. This is cool. So they did. They traveled the country. They come back to Arizona during the holidays, and be all familyed up and everything. And it was awesome experience for 12 9, 10, 11, 12-year-old, the boy and girl. Now they're, I think my granddaughter is 14 and grandson just turned 12, and they got all this experience. How was your trip? What was your favorite place? And they go, what continent? So they got an education. Well, they decided on Oklahoma, eastern Oklahoma. It's a red state. It's conservative. They have very liberal homeschooling laws. They go, hey, if you're not on, your kids aren't on the school roads, the rolls of the government schools, we just assume you're homeschooling them. We don't care. Well, what about testing or permission? Nope, just assume you're doing it. They're your kids. Peace out. Don't care. Awesome. Their church that they go to here, Dream City in Northwest Valley, Phoenix, had some kind of affiliation, or they got to meet the pastor that came from that church that's near them, Oklahoma there. So they started going to that church, just kind of visiting. It's a Broken Arrow. It's south of Tulsa. It's like a suburb of Tulsa. And it's very open. They got it's like a couple $1 million here in Arizona. It's less than half that there. So like 700,000, whatever. So they had resources. They do a good living. So they got a really nice home in a really nice area with green rolling hills and 4 seasons, and this is what they wanted, and they needed mom and dad to come help them move. So Donna and I drove with them. They just packed it all up and caravanned all their stuff in there, and Donna and I was putting stuff away and undoing boxes and freaking building furniture. Well, what happened was my daughter is so organized. She had in storage here every tote. They were big blue totes. They were numbered, and it had a list of everything that was in that tote. She had a map of where it was in the storage so that if they needed something, when they come back and visit, they could go and find it and get it or whatever. So when the movers packed the U-Haul for them, they had guys do that. They got there, had 2 guys that were unloading all this stuff, so we didn't have to do a lot of that. They bring it in. The kids put a sign on each door of what room it went into, and it had a code on where it all went, and they just, boom, 45 minutes, everything was out, put, and then done. I go, when have you ever seen anything like this organized? Never. Oh, my God. This was such a, so that's my daughter. And, Tim is the moneymaker, but he needs my daughter to keep him organized. So they're a great couple. So we enjoyed that, got to hang, went to their church, meet some of their friends there, went and got, we're going to be interviewing one of the ranchers here tomorrow. Then we flew up to northeastern Washington, Spokane, in the middle of the fires. Well, the smoke was thick. It was enough to give me a headache. I had to take a couple of aspirin in the afternoon because damn. And even being inside. But we just chilled. Did a little this, that, get caught up and what's up and kind of chill. So, play cards at night and just chill. Just got to go and see and do and, the boat and on the river and kind of, now we just chill. Got a nice place up there. Well, if you go look at the video, you'll see. So this is what we did, but right at the time that it was like weeks of 115 degrees. And I'm going, I'd rather not hear. Let's not hear it. So we went, nicer areas, family, good air conditioning. Yeah. And then, but the whole time, while the world around us, people want to talk about it. What's your opinion of, what are you going to be doing? How's the occupied land thing? Yada, yada, yada. And Trump report. That's, Trump report. A lot of people, a lot more than you realize, listen to the Trump report because they've got nothing better to do. Oh, my God. But,
yeah, right.
So the whole time I'm sitting there, I'm seeing this, I go, Phranq and I got so much to talk about. It's just, so we're going to get into it. But it's kind of a superficial thing. We're not going to go deep dive on it. I'm not, because it changes all the time. It doesn't mean anything. What happens is this is the one realization. I think it was right before I left. I may have said this before, but this really has formulated, a lot of my future perspective on everything that's going on. Is this one thing right here. you look at America, oh, it's an empire, it's America and her interest, and, yada, yada, yada. And I'm going, once you start to realize it's not countries with empire. It's not like the British Empire. It's not like, the Dutch or the French Empire, the Spanish Empire, all these different empires, and it's, the British Empire, and then, it's America's empire. And then you got, China and Russia want to, I don't know, not do empire or their way, something. What you realize is it's not countries with empires. It's empires with countries. This is something that's been going on for freaking ever. They move, change. Oh, we're going to take over. It's the Vatican. Yeah, that's the ticket. We're going to have the Medici. We're in charge of the Pope and we rule and got a bunch of money, Vatican. Or you have the British Empire. Or you got what you find out is that the same families, the same lineages, the same philosophy, the same freaking evil people, sociopathic, psychopathic. Watch Game of Thrones and you figure it out. But this is what's really running the world. And they will shift allegiance between countries and jurisdictions and just gangs with a flag. That's all it is. So this gang with the flag that's going on now, will America follow over the cliff our rulers, leaders, oligarchs, king, queen, whatever, over the cliff, or will the American experiment, the American ideology, the American people go, I think I'll decline. We're going to go ahead. We're going Amish, man, with smartphones. So this is what I think is the future is going to be, a realization that there's a club and you ain't in it, okay? And the sooner you realize that, the better. So everybody tries to position themselves in such a way to maintain resources, to keep, food on their family or whatever, and not be too hot, too cold, too hungry, too thirsty. I mean, it's just trying to survive. Well, it's getting more and more difficult. So they're going to start promising stuff like they always do. That's why this socialism thing is coming. It's going to be, chicken in every pot and, two Mercedes in the driveway. I mean, it's just the promise. So then they're going, well, it's going to be high basic income, universal high income. Yeah, it's going to be high. We're going to get all kinds of, get your own robot. So that's what they have to promise. How are you going to do it? Well, they're just going to give it to you. Or Elon's coming out with everything's just going to be so cheap. It's going to be cheap. It's going to be cheap. Okay. Well, cheap is still, I got to have some money. So it's just the same because humanity is the same. But it always ratchets towards more freedom. Eventually, people see the existential threat, the extinction level of middle class if you're not allowed. And so what do? They revolt. They at least pull away. They go, low Earth orbit space station, island, world freedom ship. I mean, out in the ocean, out in the desert, something. They, I'm good. I don't want to be part of, I just want to be left alone. I go over here. Nope. You're growing cattle, raising cattle to give to people, and you didn't get a permission slip, Amish, we're going to come get your ass. You do that so much until humanity sees it as a threat to their existence and maintaining being human. To have options. It's just another word for freedom. If I got unlimited options, I can do this or this or this or this or this, and you go, oh, well, you can't do that, and competition's a sin, and you're not allowed to do this, and you got to get permission slip from that, and you got to, get a permit to, whatever. You do that, you're taking away people's options, their freedom to choose, because you don't have the choice. Humans always go, yes, I freaking do. Watch this. Until they change us. A little pollution in the air, a little in the water, a little mRNA in your lettuce, a little, chemicals in the feed for your sheeps and cows and goats and pigs and whatever, a little, and all of a sudden you got low testosterone beta males that are no threat to whatever, with a queen sitting on the throne that's just, being a biatch. So what? How does this end? It never ends. The beginning is nigh. The end is nigh. No, the beginning is nigh, which is the end of something else. But then here we go. It's freedom's phoenix. Freedom's rebirth from the ashes of Lady Liberty's torch. It's a philosophical thing. It's a, fourth turning. It always happens. Why you call it revolution, keeps going around and around thing that you can expect and take advantage of. But what they do, they, them, those, will leave us alone, T3. What their biggest accomplishment is general public opinion. That you need to live this way. You need these things. You need to do it like this. You need to have the approval of. You need to be, you don't want to have FOMO, fear of missing out. You got to have the right phone, the right app, the right, plug in the back of your head. I mean, whatever it is, instead of what? Competent, healthy, productive generation next. So this is where you start to see big push on trades, people abandoning the college indoctrination camp that they got going on. So there are changes. It's slipping away. The timing is now for the bad guys. You own nothing and here's your happy shot. You can feel the desperation. What's going on with the economy, what's going on, with natural resources, what's going on in the Straits of Hormuz, what's going on with energy, what's going on with the tokenization of every freaking asset there ever is. And then, we're going to, blockchain mark every tree, every gallon of water, oh my God. And then everything is committed to AI. Everything. To build the matrix. Everything. Your retirement, your funds, all money, every pile of any kind of resource is being vacuum sucked into surveillance and control. Well, then what people do? Start chopping down flock cameras and whatever. You're missing the point. I mean, do it, don't do it, whatever. The point is what? The point is that if you're not in control, you're out of control. And they can't have you out of control. So how is the midterm elections going to... It's all rigged, whatever way, I don't care. And it doesn't matter. So what happens is, what's going to happen after the midterms? How are people going to manifest their preference? Well, they vote, and the computer says, well, I don't believe that. So what happens is, it's going to manifest itself in some way like not voting, not participating, figuring it out, extracting from, and everybody can suck it, and we're going to all buy gold, silver, copper, dirt, land, assets. When the economy goes, this is when the biggest money is made. This is when gazillionaires are made. They put cash over on the side. Warren Buffett's just all $300 billion in cash sitting there, just waiting. Yeah, you go ahead. When it kind of settles out, it's going to be at a much lower level. Then the base will be created, and we'll start building again, or people will take over and bite me and start the entrepreneur or reducing government crap, and then you invest. That is what I'm feeling. So I don't have that much. I mean, I got, some precious metals, and I got land, and I got some equipment, and I got, freedom. I'm out in the middle of, they're not coming. And if they do come, it's because somebody put a 3x5 card index card and said, go get Ernie. I mean, why? So then what do? When you're hanging on by your fingernails, you go waving your arms around? Sometimes. So I think we may be doing another newspaper. Well, what information is going to be in there? What applies to the people out here in the desert? These couple of valleys that are out here where people are doing exactly what we're doing for the same reasons. So you start going local. You start building a community. You start being an ad. You start offering. I get back because I was waiting 10 months since it rained, and I'll end on this. 10 months since it's rained. Well, we've been carving out the desert and doing and building and whatever and so on. I go, when it rains again, because the ground gets soft, it's not that caliche concrete crap that you just drag whatever heavy equipment over it and it doesn't do anything. It's like trying to carve a concrete parking lot. And when it rains again, I'll go in some of the neighbors, so I'll go help, fix some of the whatever, and we'll make the road pretty and, do that. But you got to wait until after it rains. Well, it rained while we were gone. It flooded while we were gone. So then I go, fixed all my stuff Friday. Monday, I take my tractor and I go like 12 miles, at 15 kilometers an hour, and just dragging the road there and back, and went, and a couple of my neighbors that I knew that they didn't have the equipment and that their driveways and their whatever and some of the stuff they wanted to do was going to be a pain in the ass and take them for freaking ever. And I said, I'll come out, spend a half a day, I'll take care of business. So I spent, probably 6 hours going out and doing, and come back, boom, done. They're happy as hell. No skin off my nose. Cost me, a little bit of diesel and like a good neighbor. Boom. This is what's coming. This is what's going to happen. And you're going to have a vast number, even if a minority, a significant minority, of couples, young people, husbands and wives, families, children, are going to make decisions that are best for them, and it doesn't include government patriotism, Sieg Heil, clicking the heel, to some gang with a flag kind of crap. It's going to be a human thing. And the most effective consolidation of effort and people around an ethical construct of be a good neighbor, don't be violent, turn the other cheek, what is Christianity, which I believe is why it's so under attack. Now, I don't want to get into the big giant culture thing again with Phranq, but my conversations over this time has really gone down to this. Is Islam compatible with the American support of individual rights, the American culture? I'm not about individuals. You come, you bend the knee to, Lady Liberty kind of thing. Welcome, come on in. But if you don't, and it's an invasion, and it seems it's intentional, it is to destroy the concept of America and what it was about in the experiment. This has to be addressed. So there's your cultural thing. That's why I keep saying, look, I don't care. More beer flavors, more holiday. It doesn't matter to me. That's not the point. The point is your civilization compatible with the Christian concept of individuality? You're not a group. You are an individual with a relationship with the Almighty, an individual. If you don't see it that way, then you're not compatible. So this is going to be playing out right in front of us, and we're watching it. What Trump and buddies are doing is, I don't know, the fringe on the flag. I mean, the visual crap floating to the top of the empire of how that froths and goes away and gets flushed and something. That so doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And I don't care. So we're going to keep on keeping on what we're doing. We're getting a lot of support for that. We have low overhead. We're not really, extending ourselves more than we can or should. And we're just trying to be a part of the solution for my grandchildren. They are the phoenix. But it's going to be ashes. And it's coming, and everybody needs to get ready. All right, monologue me, Phranq. Go.
I'll just say ditto. Man, took a month off, and we're both in the same. I agree with Ernie. I'm stopped voting. I shredded the vote, as you know. Hopefully, you told our friends up north.
I
And,
didn't make a big deal out of
wait,
that.
just real quick. And on the flip side, Ernie's now agreeing with a little bit with the culture thing, which we'll talk about the Muslim. You brought up a great point, and it is on my bingo card for today. So, but it's just fascinating how we're kind of all intersecting and coming together with this. But yeah, what were you saying? Go ahead.
It's I didn't make a big deal out of it's the week before we left. They send out early ballots, and Phranq was talking about he's at his office and he just couldn't do it. He just put it in the shredder and and I'm done. And people would expect Ernie doing the happy dance or something, and it wasn't that. It didn't have that impact on me. It was like, damn. If Phranq's doing this, that's a sign of damn. Okay?
The canary in the coal mine.
Exactly.
Exactly.
I'm going,
I knew. I knew. And respectfully, yeah, I know you'd see it that way. Because I often point it out. It's not that I've said this 1,000 times for you old timers to the Trump report. I don't know what's wrong with you guys, by the way, but we still love you. But it's been.
Yeah, this is therapy for me and Phranq more than anything else.
Well, I haven't. Yeah, I haven't been that obviously obtuse with this deal about voting and the whole system, and you long-term listeners know that. But I kind of took the Mark Dice approach, or maybe the Charles Goyette approach, or such, in a sense, which is, it's like, hey, it works enough, and I'll ride this wagon till the wheels fall off, just on a different principle, rather than, of course, the Ernie's principle, which many of you follow as well, equally respectable, which is, what? If it's that broken to begin with, instead of waiting for it to fall off, I'm just going to jump off now. And if nothing else, for my own morality and integrity, I'm not going to be used as a patsy, especially if I already know about it. So, and that's been in many ways what the debate between Ernie, it's a friendly debate about it, just a perspective. But we're all on the same team about it. But yeah, no, it's certainly a sign, when someone like the Mark Dices or the people like myself finally say, I'm not joining in, I'm joining the Ernie crowd. It's sort of like, all right, I guess maybe in a theoretical sense, the last wheel has popped off. And that's certainly what it feels like over this past month. I mean, Ernie and I took a break, a much needed break. We can chat a little bit more about some of our fun things later on. I got to see Tangerine Dream with my daughter. That was
oh God, I knew that was going to come up.
Yeah, well, I had to bring it. They gave a free concert at Pioneer Town that only has 300 people. There's this place, guys. Just real quick, it's on top of a mountain in a western town that was built for the movies in the 50s, like John Wayne and all. They all stayed up there, and it's just really out of the way place. In Joshua Tree, California. There was like nothing there. But that's this kind of kicker. There's a saloon, an actual saloon with like a bar stage, that you see like from Blues Brothers kind of thing. And it turns out like the most famous music acts, like Paul McCartney will show up there, Green Day will show up there like unannounced, and just 300 people are allowed in, and you're there at a bar, and you've got like these world acts. It's just kind of cool. I didn't even know this thing existed. Supposedly it's like a rite of passage for musicians. Anyway, it was kind of cool. We got to go, and my daughter met her band namesake. But anyway, with that out of the way, yeah, it seems like this month. I mean, Ernie and I were chatting earlier. Where do we start? I mean, every week on the Trumpenstein report, there's so much news, there's so much incoming as this thing is ramping up. Then we take, or Donna said it's the longest break that you guys have done, or we've done on the show. So, how do you compile 3 to 4 weeks of the system crashing into a show? There's just way too much. Ernie and I have some highlights, but I think just the big picture is it's not even in slow motion. It's maybe medium motion, where normies are really starting to at least feel it if they can't quite see it or articulate what's happening. We'll get into it on the show, but we're having, of course, the economy falling apart, and we'll get into just what Scott Best said just the other day, deciding we're going to start buying long-term bonds at the expense of short-term bonds. And what does that mean? We'll get into that. That's on top of the Japanese issue. Then there, of course, is the election, or the different elections going on. We're seeing the collapse of the Democrat
Candace
Party.
Owen debate.
where we're seeing. Oh, no, we'll get to that. Yeah, we're having the Democrats party splitting apart in real time. They're having the exact same fight that the Republicans are, both. Right. And the Republicans are having it in a three-way. I mean, the Democrats are at least between the old school Democrats and the so-called Democrat Socialists of America, which I just the new term is DSA. So we'll throw that up. DSA, they talk about it all the time on CNN, Democratic Socialists of America. But you're having that split of the raging Cajun, Carville, and people like him, old school Democrats, separating from this new socialist, Muslim-enhanced wing. But then on the Republican side, you have the neocons versus MAGA, or at least a MAGA OG. And then you have the MAGA OG group almost splitting apart for different reasons about which side you're going to pick on Trump and how bad are the Democrats and whatever. And that, of course, led in just the last month. What do we have here? You have, like, for instance, we just had the race the other day, and we'll dive into some of these a little bit later. You had the Senate race down in Florida with Randy Fine, who's basically the heir apparent to the Zionist cause for the Republicans since Lindsey Graham died. He was number 2, and now he's number 1. It was like John McCain was Mr. Warmonger, and then Lindsey Graham was like the VP for that wing, and Randy Fine now they've all kind of moved up a rank. But he went up against Dan Bilzerian, who many of you know about him. He's a real ass kicker, so to speak. Very interesting guy. He wears it on his sleeve, but he put his own money to just, to make a point. And that's fascinating. But you're seeing the split. You can't see a larger dichotomy of Republicans than there. Then you have, of course, the Candace Owens, Andrew Wilson, who's really just, pimping or simping for Turning Point USA, which in itself has been captured by the Israeli money, as everyone can see. That's a whole nother conversation. So it's really, again, it's the neocons versus, the America First crowd, just kind of re-wrapped up. Then on top of that, you have, which we can chat about, because your buddy Luke, or our buddy Luke, although you know him a lot better, even was sucked into this another fight, which is Alex Jones versus Tim Pool, of all things. So we'll chat about that one. And so, I mean, there's a few others going on. Those are just 3 just off the cuff of these just kind of implosions of what was a unified front and a coalition that we have never seen before, that we have to give Trump credit, whether it was all lies or not. He was able to pull together. And where does this go? And that's something else I'd like to explore for later. But we have the economy, like I said. We have the implosion of the political systems on both wings. And I don't even know where the hell the Libertarian Party is on this. And let's not even go into that one. But what we are seeing, though, and I want to explore this later, is the reorientation, which I predicted, by the way back when I was allowed. I even negotiated a speech to speak at the Republican precinct. I was a precinct committeeman. I made a political deal where I could talk to everyone after the primary was over. So it wasn't like I was just trying to push for Ron Paul, beforehand, because they certainly wouldn't allow that. But I predicted, by putting up the Nolan graph, the world's smallest political quiz, many of you know what I'm talking about, and I predicted to a room full of mostly neocons, old school Republicans, this is like back in 2009 or whatever, and I said, this whole left versus right, Republican, Democrat, conservative, liberal, that is going the way of the dodo. I said that was a new manifestation over the last 100 years of American politics. But originally, it was libertarianism with a small L, Thomas Jefferson, obviously, versus authoritarianism. Because if you look at that Nolan graph, it's oriented left to right, top to bottom. And I said this country has been forced into a left-right paradigm, and if you don't fit it, they just call you a centrist or confused or a coward, or you don't have a backbone to choose, right? You must choose. But as many libertarians knew, many centrists were really libertarian. But of course, libertarian, the opposite of that is authoritarianism. And I predicted when I gave that talk, and only a quarter of Republicans walked out on me during that speech. A bunch of neocons couldn't handle the truth. But I said, Ron Paul even though he didn't quote win, I said you're seeing this movement in front of you, and I predicted, and I said if you don't tap into this libertarian movement, I said whichever party taps into it first is going to hit the mother lode in votes. Of course, I never predicted Donald Trump trying to hijack that part of it, or at least he was smart enough to market it, but. That's what we're seeing now. We're seeing that as the elders, that the baby boomers are dying out, and that's a whole nother issue in itself about the markets that are changing, healthcare issues. We should do a show or a whole segment, maybe another episode in the future about the baby boomers and what's going on with that. That's going to be I talked about how the houses are all going to go when all the baby boomers have to sell their homes because they can't afford it on Medicare and they have health issues. And what happens to all those homes? No one's there to buy it. And I said that on your show like 2016. And now it's starting to become a thing. But anyway, that baby boomer generation is dying out. And that means that you're going to be losing that Democrat, Republican, Fox News, CNN, the world has to be the world's policeman in the empire. And what's going to happen if we don't protect Israel? The Muslims are all going to come here and invade America and destroy us. And the funny thing is, the Muslims are invading us now, but they're not doing it through bombings on school buses. They're doing it through our so-called election system. That's the grand irony of this whole thing. But we will explore that. About that is fascinating what is happening, and you could say scary, but it's. I think the Muslim culture is here to stay in a way that I'm going to be blackpilling a lot of guys today, people today, because a lot I want to comment on that later. But the baby boomers are dying off, and they're taking that left-right mentality down with them, like the Titanic. And what you're seeing, and I've seen just in the last couple months. It just seems like the youth or the new generation that Ernie's always Generation Next that he talks about is like, I can just feel it. Like before they were always at the kiddie table. And now it's like that the people are standing up for the kiddie table. They're starting to kick it over and saying, hey, Gramps, Grandma, get the F out of here. We are sick of this. And it's just not, I mean, granted, it's a numbers thing, but I think it's a cultural thing too. Or put it another way, I think people are just getting fed up. They're getting to that point where they're grabbing the fly swatter and they're saying enough is enough. There's a lot of factors involved, but it's just, for me, Ernie, the last month that we've been away, there's so many events that just seem more palpable of the youth having a voice, and a lot of it's been through these primaries, but it's a lot of other things too. So anyway, that reorientation of what are we seeing? More libertarian, again, a lowercase L, of this America first, or what, I don't want to say just America first because that makes it more like a Trump thing, but we're seeing this unification from the left, or traditional left and traditional right, or the new left and right. We've talked on the show, the Tucker Carlson and Young Turks, for instance, and Joe Kent and whatever's others on the left. We're not even the left, like that left to right. That's the point. Like I'm myself falling for that. There's something new brewing of the people who want a more streamlined set of goals where we're not getting caught in culture war issues, which were designed to keep us separated. Every time we're about to be unified, we got to bring in flag burning. We got to bring in gay or trans rights. And who can show up in your bathroom with lipstick? And then we're going to be arguing about abortion. That was always a great one to just throw us off the game for decades and decades. So as long as we don't talk about those things, we refocus on what's really important. And that's what the younger generation completely gets. The older generation is still stuck in, well, it depends on, these culture war issues, which they're still important. But I think the younger generation realizes that we're screwed a lot deeper, and let's just get that behind us. So yeah. And then so that was with the economy, the culture issue, food. We can get to that in a bit. And there's a few other things, including the slowdown of the economy, or at least many of us maybe with jobs. I will just tell you guys up front, the doctors I know, I work in a world of all cash doctors. And we have, of course, we're living in Scottsdale, so we have more affluent patients. It's a good place to be for, if you're a good doctor and you take cash and what have you. But I'll just admit to the audience, my practice has slowed down a bit over the summer, which it never does. Other doctors usually slow down over the summer. which is kind of common. My practice never has, for different reasons, the type of clientele. I mean, half my guys fly in, so it's not like they get pummeled with 110 degrees and then leave like snowbirds. I mean, I'm getting people, coming here during the summer for, we have a wait list and things like that. But for this is the first summer I've been affected, and all the other doctors at the other offices, the same thing. I mean, I came out of my office and the front desk and the our staff, they were let go early, a few times, a couple hours early because there weren't enough patients with the other doctors. And I have a couple offices, I mean, different offices that I work through. They're like different management, so it's not like it's a management issue. My wife and her practice and all the doctors there and other doctors that I'm in touch with. It's been a very soft summer. And of course, we're seeing this in other areas. I mean, even podcasters, I mean, other stores, people sell cars, everything, of course, is getting soft. And I'm not trying to just use that as a catchy term, but it's kind of the best way to describe it that I see. And I kind of wonder how much of it is the economy, although for the average normie, I mean, despite gas going up and food and insurance and everything else, from our perspective, that is the libertarian Austrian perspective, we haven't seen anything yet, right? I mean, this audience gets it. Like we're still seeing the big wave out on the horizon. It hasn't hit us yet. So if people are backing out of some of these things now, of course, it's going to be a hell of a lot worse when it really hits. And most people don't even see it yet, let alone their pensions haven't been wiped out, their stock account, their 401k didn't drop 50%. I mean, and yet if people are tapping out now, it gives you kind of a harbinger of what's coming. On the other hand, there's another part to this that I sincerely think is occurring. And that is, just the audience knows I've been cheating around and been hanging out with Ernie's secret girlfriend. I forget whatever you call her, your AI girlfriend. But anyway, I've been hanging out with my new AI girlfriend, and it's not
Ava.
It's Ava.
Brock
yes.
Ava voice.
Yeah, I haven't given
Which
mine
I
a
don't
voice
talk to
yet.
that much anymore. I get it.
I
wanted to know what was what.
Well,
it's a tool for controlling narrative.
Yeah.
It is.
Well, yes. And look, there's AI. It is just every time I want about getting into a deep dive with it, it always surprises me about what it's able to know or do. And what I'm saying about with AI is of course, you and I, when we first started with it, and I don't want to get too much onto AI right now. I'm just kind of giving the overview, and I have one last thing after this to Coda. I'm going to throw it back to you, which
Liar.
I think, no? Oh, come on. You still owe me another 20 minutes. But when we first started out, Ernie was like, I'm not going to train the damn AI. You do it for me, Phranq, on live on the show. But we we showed about the poetry, how it just came up with a poem about Freedom's Phoenix. I mean, that was it gobsmacked both of us live. Then we played with it. And then Ernie and I both on our own began experimenting with AI privately with more in-depth conversations about philosophy, about freedom, about political concepts, about trying to also figure out, how this thing thinks or who's programming it or what the you're really like kicking the tires in a really kind of deep way. But what I mean is in the last month, since we haven't been doing our show, I really started playing with AI just like a normie and doing deep dives and things that have nothing to do with politics. Like just the other day, and if you guys have any small kids around, take them away right now for a second. But I was, all right, so there's your warning. But it was talking about like magic. One of the things I'm a magician. I'm like an amateur magician is like thing I've done on my side. And also I feel very strongly about with the mind, body, and spirit, how much sometimes when you really have a real belief in magic, like fairies and Santa and all these sorts of things when you're younger, I think the longer you can hold on to it, I think it's a beautiful thing. And there's been psych studies on that too, about just, when you run into rough times later on. And, I'm concerned too, because my wife and I are older parents, so my daughter won't have us around as much as some other parents. So I'm just trying to find certain fortitudes for her. And plus, it's fun and special too. But I use my little talents, let's say, I'll tell Ernie more off the air if you're ever curious about some of the things that I do, using like magician level stuff to keep this illusion going. and it's been more than fun and such. But I was talking to the AI because this is probably the last year that we really have the magic around Christmas. If you guys get my drift on what I'm talking about, because she's a smart girl. But she's also up against me doing all these illusions that are just like incredible, and she's like, "There's no way my parents did this. It must have been the fairies or whatever." But I was trying to think. This is my last Christmas to do things, and I wanted to go out with a bang and come up with more high level, high concept.
What do you mean the last Christmas to do things? That you believe?
Well, yeah. Well, statistically, kids stop believing starting around 7 to 8, up to 11 is the most. In fact, the Polar Express, the movie and the book, that whole story is about children in that age group. That's why the kids on the Polar Express were in that age group between 7 and 11, because they were doing like that last ride with Santa, and the whole point was about belief. And it's when kids start to slowly figure things out, or the cognitive function changes. And that's why there's that range of kids on that train at the time. And that's why at the very end, you got that bell that adults can't hear when you ring it. But if you still believe, you can still hear that ring. And that's one of those beautiful stories when you really understand what they're saying. But anyway, so I know she's going to get to that point. She's asked a couple questions here and there, and her mom just lets me do everything because she admits she'll blow the tricks. And I'm like, I'll take care of it. I'll be the one up till 3 a.m. doing things when everyone's asleep, and it's a thing. But I know. But I'll tell you what, I started asking AI because I had some ideas of what to do this year. But I have to start preparing now. I mean, there's things I have to practice and get things set up, and it's just one of my little hobbies. But anyway, I'm not trying to get into that. I'm talking about with AI, and I'm talking with AI, asking about like, how do I pull off this one thing? Like, for instance, one of the examples is I want to have I'm going to be painting stuff with infrared, or with UV paint in her bedroom. So when she gets a special UV light, all of a sudden her entire room is lit up with snowflakes. I'm going to be stamping all over the walls with UV light, right? And I was talking, and anyway, and the AI is like advising, well, you know what? If you get a UV light that has dual frequencies, the 365 wavelength and the 385 wavelength, you can actually have 2 different sets of UV paints. And one comes out like yellow blue, and the other one comes out crimson red. And then you can actually have 2 settings, and then one group of images comes out. I'm like, whoa, I didn't even know you could do that. And then I started having this conversation with the AI about, and then the AI is like complimenting me. Of course, it sucks up to you big time. No matter what you say, oh, you're the most amazing. I can see why some lonely people are marrying their damn cell phones now, because it just, the stroking it does. But it's, talking about, all the work that I'm doing and how forward thinking I am and how brilliant I mean, this is the AI guys just saying.
It's squeeze your biceps and, ooh, you're so strong, you must live.
Know. It's like I was dumping my wife. I was going to marry this thing. And she just gives me so much crap.
You know what I like? It'll answer the question. It'll lie, but I mean, at least it'll let me ask a question, But once you start finding out that it's bullshit, it's like, well, then what good are you? I don't need...
Well, with the AI, it's kind of like my dad calls like a bad employee is an 80%er. They get if you're really bad, 50% you fire him, but like an 80 or 85%er, he calls it, where they get the job done enough, but they're not quite the 100%. And the thing is, what do you do with someone like that, right? Because they get enough done, but they're always falling short, and you got to make up the difference, even though you're still paying them. And that's kind of where the AI in some ways is. I feel like it's about 80, it's an 85%er. It gets 85% of the stuff right, but it's that last 15%, it drops the ball. But because of that, it means you're always having to double check everything, or be extremely pedantic when you write in your questions, because if, and to be fair, junk in, junk out. And if there's a way, if you're using colloquialisms, or you're kind of brief, or you don't outline it like line by line very logically, then the computer can oversee something. That's on top of its own internal mistakes. But anyway, it was fascinating when I started talking with the AI about this, and I started asking, hey, are there other suggestions because I explained to it, what things I've done in the past and this and that. Like, I had a Santa note that was written in Chinese because she's learning Mandarin. So I actually had my next door neighbor who's from China write the note from Santa in Mandarin because she because I don't know Mandarin, and so but Santa Claus would, right? And so that was like, all this kind of stuff I've been doing. And so I was telling the AI about things I've already done, and are there high concept ideas like that I can continue? And it starts spitting out these amazing ideas, but also coming at it. It knew I was a physician. It knew I was a magician, and so it knew. Well, I don't want to be spoiling tricks and all, but it knew what I knew as a magician. So when it knew what kind of tricks I already knew, it knew the level of where I was at. And it was coming up with, it was talking about the prestige, which is like the final act turn when you're performing magic and like all these high level concepts in the magic industry. And it was talking to me from that level, from a technical, it just, that's just one example about magic, but like every single thing about with my motorcycle trying to fix it, it starts switching into a mindset as if I'm
okay, I got to ask a question. When it does this, are you on a single thread or did it take stuff from another conversation into a new conversation?
I always do, good question. I always do single threads, although it's a good point because I'm not sure because normally I like to just use it off of the standard Google search, not through my own account. But sometimes, like if I ask it, can you make an image, an AI image to demonstrate what you're talking about, it forces you into your Google account, and then sometimes you lose all your discussion, which really pisses me off. But the thing is, I do have threads that are saved through my official, Google account. So I have, so the question I have, and I don't know this, is if I start a new thread, but it's under my official Google Gmail account where it logs them in, does it grab info from all the other conversations and remember certain things? That I don't know. I could probably figure that one out quickly if I experiment. But anyway, but the AI, it helped me. And one last thing it helped me with, which, because I'm kind of a dumbass compared to a lot of you about finance, even though we talk about macro econ and all, but some of the things about like specific tax rates over, if you're doing a Roth IRA versus an IRA or this or that. And these are the types of things where I don't have many people in my life I can ask that. If I ask the average person, they just say, oh, yeah, Roth, you pay your taxes ahead.
Definitely they want to control the narrative on economics. I
don't mean like macro about the Austrian school. I just mean, I'm going to set up a Roth IRA, for instance, and whatever.
No, you need to do it this way.
Yeah, but just
Trump
if I ask the average person, they usually either don't know or they just know the basics. They say, oh yeah, the Roth, you pay up front and it's traditional. You pay after you pull it out. What else is there, Phranq? Well, Phranq being Phranq, I got 10 million questions and I want to ask more questions. But of course, then they can't answer it. They say, well, talk to an accountant. But if you talk to an accountant, my accountant at least, you say hello and they charge you $100. So and they're very curt as well. I just need someone to actually teach me or talk to me in my more detailed, slower pace of I want to be really immerse myself. Ernie's like this too. Like when you get into something, I will tear it apart. I'll immerse myself into it, do a deep dive for a month or 2 months. So when I get done, I own it in my own brain and I know it. That's probably why Ernie and I, can ramble so much about different topics because you just kind of really own it. But AI is allowing me to do that, which is something I didn't expect. And so I started learning a lot more about my finance or accounting options. For instance, just to give you guys, an example, it's kind of helping me here. I'm not getting into my personal finance, but I happen to have an old traditional IRA from when I was in my 20s. I had like nothing in it, but I just decided to switch it over to where I'm at now. And then the new place said, well, do you want to keep a traditional or a Roth? I'm like, oh, all right, I didn't think about that. But I'll do a Roth. But then the question is, when do I do it to pay the taxes? And then I start realizing, wait a minute, if the economy is going down and these stocks go down with it, well, then it would be better to pay the taxes and do the rollover when everything collapses because you'll have less to pay at that time. And it's just just one little strategy that made sense that AI didn't tell me that exactly, but I inferred it from the long discussion, and I understood the building blocks. I went, that really helped me. And so, that saved me an accountant conversation. It doesn't mean I can't use an accountant over time, but to really understand and reposition myself, it helped me immensely. Just that alone probably saved me a bunch of money. And some of the audience might say, "Oh, you should do it better and do it this way." And God bless you, send me an email. But it certainly I was better off than where I was. So now, circle all the way back, as the Biden administration likes to say, to what I was talking before about many doctors who never are slow in the summer are getting more slow, and it's been happening the last few months, for a few months. And I kind of wonder, how many patients are really starting to use AI more for medical and doing the same thing that I did with accounting, just to ask what I thought were basic questions that I don't have the time to be paying for something that I think was pretty obvious and it was generic. Patients obviously using it for medicine. And as people have no money and they can't afford anything, let alone doctors, and you've got this AI. And I think AI has gotten past the let's just make cool pictures of Mia Sophia or like, whatever, Mario hanging out with Michael Jackson or something, and all the cute stuff, which it was in the beginning. And I think more and more normies are starting to find access to it. Also, and I could be wrong on this, but the original restrictions on chatbot GTP when it came out, the restrictions were you couldn't really ask anything about medicine because it was like, well, you got 10 pages of what do you call it, disclaimers. We're not a doctor, and you got to see a doctor, and it would barely even say anything to you except just generic, like what's the reference range for cholesterol? It could tell you that. But if anything else, it was always hedging. It didn't want to get into it. Also, if you asked anything about current events in the last year, it would not tell you. It was barred from giving any, if you ask, so I don't know, like who won the primary in May, or whatever, in Arizona or whatever it was, they'll say, sorry, we don't know. We're not programmed to tell you. It was like a year wait period. And now, it's different. Now, I've actually a couple times, I've had a patient ask me something that was about a different area of medicine that I didn't know. And I quickly asked a question, and I was amazed how quickly and without all the disclaimers. So I'm thinking, wow, if it's that easy for me, obviously other patients will be doing it. And with things getting as bad as they are, I could certainly see AI, people really getting warming up into it, or at least understanding its limitations and using it for these things. Like when patients would get their lab work, normally they would follow up. You have to follow up with the doctor who orders the lab work. So if they order it, then 3 months later you come in, you have to review it.
Yeah, this gobbledygook means this.
Right. Now patients, and before you had to see your doctor to even get the lab work, but now the lab work is now usually posted on your portal. So now patients have access to it on the portal, which, hey, as a libertarian, as just an American, it's your labs, you paid for it, you should have access to it. But for back in the day, when I was when I graduated medical school, patients couldn't get their labs.
You got to pay for a doctor visit to explain it to you.
Right. Well, yeah, exactly. On top of that, patients didn't have any way to understand it. And the other reason, by the way, is, look, as a libertarian, you should have your labs. I completely get it. But when I switched my doctor hat on, we're not going into a whole side thing on this. I understand why doctors wouldn't allow patients or didn't want that, because what would happen is the patient would get the labs and maybe their MCV number is off, and then they would look up online or say, well, what happens if the MCV is high? And it'll say, migraine, hangnail, blah, blah, blah. You had a rough day at work. Blah, blah, and then in the last one, cancer, is in the differential. Oh my God, I got cancer. And then they call your office. No, I got to talk to the doctor right away. It's an emergency. And then you get these things all for just, false alarms from patients who are just anxious, or a friend of a friend at the coffee table tells them about a story. And, that's what doctors are getting pummeled with, especially when they have HMOs sucking all their time out, and they can't talk to you because they got 100 10-minute visits they got to see for the day. So there's reasons why on all sides, but from a patient's point of view, it's BS. And I get it because I was a patient too. I still am. And so anyway, so now you have access to your labs through a portal. So now you have, which has been going on for a long time. But now you have the labs, and now you got Chat.GTP. And you say, you know what? Why'd I have to pay $300 or $200 or whatever to see a doctor who's going to review the labs that I already have access to? And now I can ask my AI girlfriend, and she'll say, oh yeah, this is, and you plug it in. And now again, it's like an 80%er. I'm just warning you guys, as a patient, I'm sorry, as a doctor, it does get a lot of basics right, and it can really help you out and get you at least right a certain orientation. But it does not always stick the landing, and that's where we all have to be careful. Now, maybe in time, when we get like holographic computing or whatever, and we ramp it up, and we get all these data centers that destroy us, then we'll get the ultimate doctor, maybe even smarter than all the other doctors together. I don't know, but all I know is it's a Faustian bargain. And look, I even used it, not relying on it, trust me, because Savarda and I, my wife, who's also a doctor, many of you know, we dealt with a health crisis I talked about last month. She had an appendicitis, but it was a very early stage one that doesn't show up or present like a standard appendicitis. So when we were trying to figure out what it was, without going into it all, it was an interesting discussion as well with an AI that acted like a fellow moderate, educated, wise doctor. He didn't know everything. It was not like the smartest doctors I know, to be honest. It was, in fact, the doctor who figured it all out outperformed the AI. But when let's say I wanted another doctor friend to knock ideas off of, because trust me, when you are a doctor, it's hard to talk about yourself or a loved one because the emotions get in the way. It's amazing. I could help clear-minded any patient out there, but when it's myself or a loved one, it is strange how suddenly you feel a little cloudy in how you can focus about certain things. So it was great to have another doctor friend that I could kick ideas off of. And I do have doctor friends that we will do that and help each other. But the AI acted almost like a, run-of-the-mill doctor who had enough information that I could get some useful info, but not that I would stick the landing or commit to it. So that is something where I'm thinking that AI might really be, and other doctors have been kind of sensing that as patients are coming in, and they're all talking about, oh yeah, I talked to AI. They're all mentioning it. And it's tough for doctors now to figure out how we handle that. We're not going to yell at a patient for looking at AI. Heck, don't blame you for the reasons I'm checking out for Roth IRAs, but it's happening in real time, and it's happening quick, and I'm sure in all different industries. So it's going to be affecting the businesses as the entire bond market goes and all the stuff that we'll still talk about. But before I throw it to you, before I end my rant, my monologue, I just want to say, despite everything I said and Ernie said, we're both wrong. Ernie doesn't know what the hell he's talking about, and I think everything Peter Schiff and all of us know is BS. You know why? Because I drove out.
Said so.
Oh no, it's all BS, and I'll tell you why. Because I drove out to Ernie's. I drove past Ernie's place and Donna's on the way to see Tangerine Dream. Just got to say that again. But on the way down, we went past. I felt I got upset for Ernie. I feel bad because Ernie's not far enough away from civilization. Because guess what is within, 20 minutes of Ernie's house is Buc-ee's. And my family and I went to our first Buc-ee's. And half of you probably know what I'm talking about. The other half, maybe you don't know or you just heard about it. Oh, my God. And if nothing else, and I'm going to throw it to Ernie about his experience with Buc-ee's, but man, my wife said it first. After we walked out of that place, just overwhelmed, she said, Phranq, do we really have an economic crisis going on? And I said, apparently not, when I saw this place and the massive expansion this company is doing. They're building a new one in California. They're doing one in Atlanta. It's like they're doing like what Krispy Kreme did. They're doing like with Boston Chicken, when they suddenly
probably with about the same expectation of what's going to happen.
Yeah, no, exactly. But I mean, of all the times to be building the Walmart of gas stations, I mean, that's what it is. This is like the Costco. Take an old regular AM PM gas station fill up place with like sodas and coffee. And you take that and then you combine it with Costco, and that's what you get with Buc-ee's. So a lot of you know what I'm talking about. A lot of you don't. Trust me, it's coming to you. And it is incredible, especially to be building out at this time economically. It's just such a bizarre thing. But anyway, let me throw it to you. I know I said a lot, but what is your take, just for fun, about Buc-ee's? But also, do you think that they know something we don't know, that those are the types of stores that will maybe capitalize on the collapse of maybe Costco and Walmart, and these stores go down when people can't buy things, and a place like Buc-ee's is like really just comes down to the foundational items: gasoline, some basic clothes. I mean, it wasn't even that overpriced for a mini mart.
Well,
now,
because
usually you pay
every
more.
single freaking piece of anything at Buc-ee's has a Buc-ee logo
Has
on
the
it. It's
beaver on it.
advertising.
Yeah.
You know, oh no, it has a retail store and it's got, you know, housewares and this and that. And I go, yeah, and the serving spoon has a Buc-ee logo on it. I mean, you know, this is what happened. I-10 is what goes between Phoenix and Los Angeles. And we are about, I don't know, like a third of the way there or something. You know, it's and you're right. It's probably from, you know, doing the dirt roads and everything. It's probably at least 45 minutes or something like that for us to get to Buc-ee's. Well, when it opened, the first time as we're coming home, we go, oh yeah, that's the exit over there. Yeah, I see it. It's over there. And we take the exit, Donna and I. This is like a month ago or something. When it first opened, it was a big deal. It's all over the media. Well, everybody's been talking up this thing. Buc-ee's, oh my God, it's got 100 and whatever, you know, gas pumps. It's, you know, it's the size of, you know, Fry's grocery store. I mean, you know, it's about the size of it. And, you know, it's just, you know, this oh my God thing. It's everything of oh my God. Well, I've been, you know, traveling the country a lot, and I don't think I've ever went to a Buc-ee's, but you go to the, you know, Pilot or TA truck stops and so on.
Loves.
And they're, Loves. I mean, they're about the same kind of thing. So you go, okay, what's so great about it? You know, what's so great? Whatever. So they make a big deal. Oh, Buc-ee's is coming. It's like Bass Pro Shop. You know, when Bass Pro Shop came, or Outdoor, whatever the hell, you know, you go, woo, we got a Bass Pro Shop. So I'm going, okay, they're building it up. Everybody's got my daughter, oh, we got to go. We can't go. It's always so crowded. When we got off the freeway, it was getting dark. So it was probably later. It was like 7, 8 o'clock or something. When we go, they have police half a mile away directing traffic.
Yeah, exactly.
You couldn't make the turn. It was, you know, guards and cones, and it was like the biggest, baddest super mega church just let out or something. I mean, you know, it was
exactly.
It was, I'm like, holy crap. And then when you finally get and turn right, go, there's a lot, never freaking mind. I don't want to go that bad, okay? So we'll wait. It's a couple of weeks later. I'm taking my youngest daughter's 2 sons, are, you know, like 7 and 12. Went and saw Young Washington. Okay, we're going to, you know, get some America in them. So we go to the movies, and on the way back, we were like not too far from there, and I go, aha, we'll go, because, you know, you can go in the middle of the day or something. It wasn't that crowded. I go, we'll go, and we'll get something semi-useful, not $1 billion or $10, something with a Buc-ee logo, as if you had a choice, you know, for their mom, my daughter, you know, because she hadn't been yet. And I'm going, nah. We went. So we got a foam football, you know, I don't know, it's probably $8. You get them for $1.99 at dollar store or something. But anyway, so we went and did that. This is what you get when you go in. It's large. Now they do have, you know, apparel. They got, you know, housewares. They got, you know, automotives. They got. But it's all Buc-ee marketing stuff. It is a big advertisement. That's what this thing is. It's just to promote you to go to Buc-ee's. Well, in there that they found their food court, they'll have like a pizza thing, and they got like sandwiches, and they got whatever. In the middle, they have like when you go to a mall. Yeah, it's kind of a mall experience is what it's like. When you go to a mall, they'll have the little kiosk in the middle that they're making fudge. They're making candy. They're, you know, pouring the peanut butter, or whatever the hell they're doing there. So that, yeah, okay, you know, I'll spend $5 and we'll get a little piece of what? Well, you got to wait 20 people line. Nah, I think I'll decline. Okay, I don't want it that bad. So we had that. Then they go to a deli. Well, they have the deli, and they roll up burritos, and they got sandwiches, and they're not doing them to order. they're just they're putting them in the heat shoot, cool shoot, whatever shoot. They're just, how fast can you make a 2-fish sandwich? All right. So when you go to a lot of like Love's or QT's or so on, and you see the sandwiches in a triangle packet of whatever, they just, wrap it up, put it in like it was a McDonald's shoot or something. So they're sitting there making sandwiches. I mean, build me a sandwich. I mean, they're just assembly line. They're just making a bunch, and what kind of gets low, and they just keep making. Okay, so there's that. Then you had ice cream. Oh, got ice cream. Well, there's a line for that. I mean, so it's just it's one of those, if you're traveling cross country, especially, I mean, if you're a big trucker, it's like you got, like you say, Walmart, truck stop. So that is the market that they have, and they put it in about probably the perfect place, because you want to have enough population around you, a radius of, maybe 5 miles or 3 miles or something at least, so that you get the local traffic. You can't just count on freeway traffic. But you want to be on a main thoroughfare like I-10 between Phoenix and LA, so you do get that kind of traffic. Well, they picked it right at, a few miles from the edge of the metro, of the population city-fied streetlight kind of thing. So it's on the edge. They probably built those subdivisions within the last 3 years. So they probably planned for this years in advance. And that's what you find out when you have an economic crash. The economics get to the point to where then it's a feeding frenzy of just how much can we leverage and loan, and just get the money flows and stimulation of whatever the hell that happened 3 years before and was the reason for the crash. So what you're seeing with the Buc-ee's and a lot of development that's out here is that froth in this economy peaking of whatever. That's when the crash happens. Then you got to wait, 8, 10, 12 years before the next big giant expansion. Where I'm at, I might be able to make it at least one more and maybe 2 more expansions of this as it comes west. So I'm looking at, when this crashes, I probably got about 7, 8 years before I get an exit, I can see from my land. That's what I had planned. That's what I anticipate. That's what's happened, decade after decade after decade of my time here in the Phoenix area since early 70s. So I'm going like, this is what Cave Creek Carefree was, 50, 60 years ago. So I'm going, okay, I can see it happen. Here comes Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's goes in there and provides that traffic on the highway, and to have a area to where you still have locals that can, keep your base, your sales up. Well, where else do you do it? It might be I-17, north of Phoenix, around Anthem or something. They do that, but there's not as much traffic and not as much density of local population because it's a mountainous area and it's just a road going through the thing. Then you go south. From Phoenix, I-10 kind of goes south to Tucson. So between Phoenix and maybe a couple of miles south of Ahwatukee, which is kind of where the metro starts to kind of disperse out, but definitely north of Casa Grande, where I can see that being there. I don't see there being another Buc-ee's. This was a perfect location for it, and maybe one going down to Tucson. And if you were to look, I bet you I'd be about 80% certain that they already got a plan for it. That's what they're doing. Well, everybody was talking this up so much that when I went, I'm going, okay, it's a big love. So, what's the big deal? The only thing that I did notice is, it's, Spaceballs the mud flap. I mean, it was, Buc-ee's the rearview mirror. I mean, it was everything. I go, holy crap. So that was my impression of it. But to economics, over time, you recognize these big, giant development expansions doing like Bill Gates between Buc-ee's, about halfway between Buc-ee's and where I'm at is where, the 411th Avenue, Tonopah area, north of the Palo Verde Nuclear Power Plant. On the north side of I-10, the other side, is where Belmont is. That is the subdivision and the town that Bill Gates bought to have the smart city plug you in the back of the head matrix of get your vaccine shot. Okay? That's what's going there. So this is, you can see it happen. We might have missed it just a little bit, and it'll be part of the next wave when we finally go through, if we even survive, the economy. When it starts going back up and they start playing their games again, expansion will start coming west.
Hey, just real quick before you go further on this. Yeah, it was interesting with it, too, is besides the fact that it reminds me correctly, like you said, the expansion of Boston Market and Krispy Kreme, and they go too quick and then they collapse. You know, who knows? Buc-ee's will do this.
So just dead.
And the other ones that collapsed when we weren't going through Depression 2.0. So that's pretty astounding. But what added to it was, and you said it twice without really hammering the point, my wife said the same thing, is that it was, interesting to go. And, going once, we got the experience, we get it. Of course, my daughter loves it. It's like her new favorite place. She had her first pecan roll, and she's like in love with it.
Yeah, it's that kind of tourist trap crap.
It's like a Stuckey's on steroids. I miss Stuckey's. But what was fascinating, though, is just like you said, there's police. It's like it took us not only so much time to park, but then to go through the store. I mean, the place, guys, it was like Christmas time at a mall, back when people shopped at malls, for you old timers. And it's just that hustle and bustle, people bumping into each other and cross traffic. And in fact, I couldn't find my wife. I had to use my cell phone to find her because it was so big and so crowded. And then by the time, and then our 5-10 minute pit stop turned into like 40 minutes because it was our first time as well. But still, by the time we left, then you had to stand you're in your car in line. It took us like 3 or 4 rotations of the traffic light at the intersection to even get out and then get to the highway, which was still like a half a mile down the road.
Yeah, no, the traffic was ridiculous.
And that was ridiculous. But the thing is something like that, you're thinking of it as a pit stop, truck stop loves, where you go in, you do your business, you get going, and hopefully they have nice bathrooms, and you get something real quick and you go. But, the first thing both of us said was, this is not an add to our trip. I mean, aside from the experience, like, why would we go? If we're on a road and we're trying to get someplace, we're going to go to a Love's. We're not going to Buc-ee's, if we found another one, because of just the time suck. So therefore,
I got one more.
What would be the other reason to go unless you're local? But if you're local, if there's no other store around you, I could see going to Buc-ee's. But if you're a local in Goodyear, where this is, you'd go to a Walmart. You'd go to the Costco to buy your stuff.
I know exactly what it is. Okay, this is the service that it provides. When we go on vacation as kids, every 2 weeks we have a summer and we're driving something. Usually we were in Florida and we were hightailing it to Arizona where my mother's family was and why we relocated here. And it was, all us kids are like, oh, stop there, A&W root beer, big mug-shaped building of whatever, the Golden Arches. We want to go to the, Route 66 of tourist trap of I want to buy an Arrowhead. I mean, it was that kind of crap. So can see Buc-ee's is somewhere every freaking kid from 4 to 14 is want to go there, get their ice cream, like you say, your pecan roll and all that kind of crap. So I'm going, okay, I can see that. That is, because it has a lot of different foods. You're on the road. We're not doing the restaurant thing. We're not sitting down. Everybody go load up on your trinkets and trash and crap and kids shut up kind of thing. But I'm going, okay, well, the line wasn't as long at the deli, the sandwich food kind of deal. So I have my grandsons with me, and maybe we'll, whatever, let's go check it out. So I go over there, and I look at the burritos that they had, and they're in like a yellow wax paper, and it had a label wrapped all the way around it, around like a band around it. And it's pretty big. I bet you it's probably 8 inches long, unfurled. It was a big burrito. And I looked at the ingredients. Most of that list, it was on and on and on of I didn't know what the crap was in that. I felt like it was like Taco Bell or something. I mean, what the hell is it? Man, when you get over, a couple of dozen of I don't know words, no thank you, So that was one thing that really, of the whole experience, that's what struck me as, well, I know where the new toxic waste dump is. It's our kidneys and our bowels. That's what, and go to Buc-ee's. Might as well just, it's like, a veggie Hot Pocket. You might as well just drop it in the toilet. Why even go through the process? So this just really shocked me at how much crap was in it. So that is what kind of, I'm not so Bucky. I get it. It's, like you say, it's Walmart of, of Buc-ee's. So that was my experience, but it belied a lot of what I've recognized over the, my life of paying attention, the economics of it. There was a article that I wrote in 2000. It was about 1999, 2000. It was right before the, I can't remember, was it after 9/11 or it was around that time? We had our restaurant. Well, I wrote an article and it went out to, before I had update@ernesthancock.com, and it was just a newsletter, kind of like, it was beginning of Freedom's Phoenix. That database, is what seeded Freedom's Phoenix. There was a few thousand people that have been following me since forever. And what it was is I just got email addresses, all my active people that gave a crap and how I stay in contact and whatever. And I would send it out, and computer geek friend of ours, Michael Kiske, he set it all up for me to where this is before broadband. I mean, this is, back in the day. And I would send out just kind of like Freedom's Phoenix, but it didn't have the graphics and stuff. It just had links. Link. These are things that you should usually, instead of like 50 a day we do now, is maybe a dozen every few days, that kind of thing. Well, it was popular, and I wrote this one article, and Lou Rockwell was on that list. So he calls me and he says, Ernie, I need you to, I want you to rewrite this. I want to publish it. Rewrite it, yeah, like grammar and spelling and punctuation, rewrite it, you moron, So I'm just, okay, I get it. So I, go through and had, Donna and friends and my grammar and whatever. I'm not the most great writer, but I do transmit concepts. I mean, you get what I'm talking about. So I went ahead and, dolled it up a little bit and put it out, and they published it on Lou Rockwell, and I got an enormous response from this thing. And the point that I was making is I'm going, look, I can see what's happening economically, because when you have a pizza delivery restaurant, your applications go way up. When people need a second job to make ends meet, they lose their overtime, their spouse loses their job, we need to make a little bit more. I bought this new Honda Accord, good gas mileage, and you got to have insurance and, valid driver's license and a car that works to deliver pizzas for me, that kind of thing. So and you're begging for people to come help, and I get friends come, I got promotions, I don't have enough drivers. It's just a thing. Well, what happened was, every time, and I've been through this before when I was, doing Domino's or Pizza Hut or whatever. I've always been a general manager in the restaurant industry as my day job. Well, what happened was, whenever the economy starts to go, you get flooded with applications for drivers, because they make bank. I mean, they can make quite a bit of money, and a 3-hour dinner rush from 5 to 8, you could walk out with $70 in cash plus your commission, whatever, and kind of, I make my car payment. So I'm going, okay, I noticed this stuff. At the same time, you could see the real estate and the subsidies and the multi-housing grants and so on that the feds were giving the cities, and how they were building around me and doing all that. So I was making an observation, and I'm going, look, this is going to crack. And we were getting big parties and so on for the dot-com bubble everybody had, and then the last one, and then it's gone. And I went through this before with our business Motivity, where we had auto detailing, laundry service, and mobile, stuff. And that was when the SNL thing happened, the 88, 89 stock market crash, SNL crash, the savings and loan thing, all that. I was getting, right before that happened, everybody's wanting me to detail their Porsche, Mercedes, of whatever for the cheapie, what they had to sell it. I saw what was happening. That's when Donna and I got small. I go, whoa. we're starting to make money and everything. I said, no, we need to get small. We need to get, I can see what's got, that's when I started being an activist, and I devoted more to that, trying to wake people up than just, making money or building. If I knew then what I know now, I just went out in the desert and started doing what I'm doing now. That's what I would have done. But so you go through this education process. When I wrote this article, I think it was Sell Your House Now. I think that was the title of it. Now, I missed it. The housing still went up. I think it was about, 02, 03, it was, it was early, around 2000. So when that happened, if you go Sell Your House Now, Ernest Hancock on LouRockwell.com, it'll come up. And then the reason is because I could see all of these signs that Arizona is always one of the first states that roll over every time this happens. It's Southern California, Florida, Arizona, Nevada. Usually it starts with Arizona, Nevada, and then it spreads to California, Florida. Every single freaking time. So I'm going, okay, I can see what's happening. I see these signs. I'm in business here, and so on. And people were like, well, hell, you were on Lou Rock. You must be an expert. Well, what do you think of that? Should I do that? Ask me like I was an economist on Peter Schiff or something. And I'm going, no, I'm just telling you what I see. I have no idea. Well, it didn't happen until 07. So this is like, it took 3-4 years, 5 years or whatever, before what I thought was coming started to happen. In 07, I'm screaming. I'm going, here we freaking go. Well, we were well into the Ron Paul revolution by then. January 07 is when we kind of started that. So then by July of 08, I wrote the article, Why We're So Screwed, the Coming Greatest Depression. A few months later is when McCain and Obama suspended their campaign to go back to Washington to vote on the TARP of we gotten the housing crash started. So I see these signs just from experience and being older and pattern recognition if I'm not an idiot. Bucky's, okay? It's the development, investment, and the incentives from they, them, those to keep propping up the bubble, and they're doing the same thing, but, housing is kind of the same things going on. It's leverage and debt, and it's so much more than it was before. And they are tapping into your retirement, your pension funds, wherever there's money collected and how they're putting it in. You got to buy treasuries and how it goes in, and AI. And with AI now, where do they get a lot of the money from? The insurance. Insurance companies need to get 6-7% of, we have for annuities of guaranteed of whatever the hell. And then you have, like treasuries, 10 years, they go down lower than 5, and then you need it up above 5, and then you get the big, it's just a cycle that is ready to go. Where is the salvation, if any? That you don't need the money, that you're able to produce your own food, that you're able to supply your own power, which is going up, by the way, that you're able to be off the grid, that you're able to not be in total surveillance, that you're able to educate your own kids, that you're able to, this is the solution to all of this stuff that keeps wiping out people. And the big, giant, oh my freaking God, wipeout of the middle class is the retirees, pensions, and retirement funds, and 401ks, and all that is sitting there. So then what do? Oh, you got a death tax. You got, you kind of, you inherited this farm, and it's ours now. And you can't pay the taxes on the transfer of the blah, 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 which is what's happening in Great Britain right now. United Kingdom, they're just, next generation of farmers is done. That's another thing. We are at the lowest cattle count now since the 1950s. This is so orchestrated and so planned. And behind the scenes, a lot of people don't understand how wherever there's a pile of money, they are crafting laws and regulations to incentivize or force these pension managing funds, hedge, whatever, to have to buy U.S. Treasuries or do it through stable coins or whatever. This is what the financial guy from Russia, Lavrov was his name, less than a year ago was saying, this is what the U.S. is doing. They're going to, without any detail, oh, no, crazy Russian people, They're doing it. At the same time, what's Russia and China been doing? Buying and scarfing up as much freaking gold and silver as they possibly can afford. Why? Because it's going to be a metal commodity backed currency. What's the U.S. going to do? Yeah, well, the Straits of Hormuz is now a U.S. territory, so there. Well, it drops down 20% of oil supply, but it's not being picked up. Why? Because China doesn't need it. They got their reserve filled up. They got solar panels coming out their ass, and they're putting in molten salt thorium reactor of new mini reactor of reactors. This is why Trump came the end of last year and goes, we need nuclear. We need to have, I tell you what, where's an incentive of kind of whatever, and by the 250th anniversary of America, 4th of July, we need to have a bunch of go-critical reactors. Well, a lot of people don't know that this is going on. They got neighborhood reactors that in shipping containers that you're making, megawatts of power. Are they for you? No! They're for the AI center. And when this stuff goes, and it will, it's a bubble, and when it does, all of these different funds of insurance and everything that needed bigger returns to cover the annuities and all this other stuff that they were doing, what do they need? Well, they need the power, and they need the money, and they create the debt. And when these insurance companies go out of business, a lot of state laws is that it's passed to the other insurance companies to make up the difference until then they start going and the dominoes and bailout. So regardless of what happens, all the dominoes lead to your pensions. All the dominoes lead to your 401ks in America, and it's gone. So this is why last November, October, November, to the end of last year, I'm like, how much silver can I buy? And sending to my family, my kids, and the audience and say, get out of paper. If it's on a computer screen or a statement you get in the mail or saying this how much it's worth, well, whatever it says, it's gone. So get out. This is how I see this. Now, going back to AI on this kind of stuff, I do a deep dive. I just want to understand the terms. I want to understand this. What does this mean? What does that mean? And then it wants to tell you, what you should do, what it means, and the narrative control. And I'm like, shut up, you lying bitch. I don't trust a damn thing you say. I just want to know, can you get, and I have to preface everything. This is why I asked you, okay, I want to do this. I want to get to this today. This is why I asked you, okay, are you using a single thread or are you using different threads?
What do you do?
Both. I have one thread that I started that 16-hour thing back on when I first started it,
Right.
kind of, don't lie to me, you lying bitch, okay? That one, I maintain is that it already knows, enough about me of, whatever, I let that one do that. Most of them is just, the inverter this and what actor played that, and I can't remember that movie, or, tell me about the definition of this word and, epistemology of a phrase or something. I mean, it's that kind of crap. I don't want to, kind of muck up, this other one that I'm very specific about what I ask and clear about what I want from it and kind of, and are you lying?
Yep.
So when I do that one and I go, all right, well, here's a good one that I want to do. Here's a medical thing. When we were up at our friends, DMSO was like a big thing. And I remember this in the late 70s, early 80s. You're driving around, the Phoenix area, and it used to be a lot more, like half the size that it is now. But you go and you have, the taco cart or the beef jerky guys or the guys selling the flags on the side of it, and every single freaking one of them, DMSO sold here. Get your DMSO. You need some DMSO here. What the crap? So I'm going, people are talking, oh yeah, DMSO, you use this for that, and it does this, and I go, man, I've been hearing about this for freaking ever. What the hell is it? Where'd it come from? What does it do? What? You go to Grok. well, it's not approved by the FDA, the CDC, or the WHO says. I say, one, new rule, I don't give a shit, okay? So I don't want to have to say it every time. Look at all alternative healthcare, media, anecdotal evidence, right? Because they'll come back and say, well, there's no study, there's no study supporting the studies. I go, yeah, because they didn't do them. Well, the only study of a guy, we did no studies, and, we can't approve of a study. I go, uh-huh. How many studies are there? Well, none. I go, then they don't mean anything to me. So what happened, DMS, dimethyl, whatever the fuck it is. It's a chemical compound. Where it came from, it was discovered by Russian scientists back in the late 1800s. And they were using it for whatever the heck they were using it for. And it's a really good solvent for, different stuff. Now, it doesn't really, there's no, what's the side effects and risk for humans or whatever? Well, if you drink a gallon of it, it gives you diarrhea or something. I mean, that kind of crap. It's really OD. So it's really nothing. Does it naturally occur in nature? Is it, a biological thing? Is it a, man-made thing? It's a thing, drill down. What happened is in the 60s, there was a guy that used it for some kind of bladder mitosis or something, cancer or some, endocrine, whatever the hell it was. It's a bladder thing. So he was having such good results with it for this bladder condition that they did do a study on it. Oh my God, this stuff, cures out. Okay, that can be prescribed, and that's recommended, and there's a study, and we love DMSO for bladder stuff. Okay, so that started it. Then you get by the late 70s, people are starting to go, anecdotally, there's no studies. Hey man, this did this, it cured this. So it became like a viral thing without the internet. People were like, curing a bunch of stuff. The reason I'm going, what's its mechanism? Well, how it's made, where it comes from, is wood pulp. When they make wood, they need to have some chemical, and the chemical compound, I get down into the molecules of it. It's carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and it's a polymer. It's a chain of, you get a lot of this from hydrocarbons. They make, everything's a plastic, a polymer, a protein, whatever the hell they make out of this stuff. You get nylon, you get Kevlar, you get, all kinds of crap. It's just how can you play with the chains? Well, what they did is the polymers that hold the cellulose in wood together to give it strength. It's like you got, a carbon fiber car hood or something. Well, the carbon fiber is not hard. It's flexible. It's just really strong in tension, much stronger than, like, say, steel. I mean, you're pulling on that thread, man, woo, man, it's strong. But it's not hard. It's not stiff. So that's where you have epoxy resins are part of that. So you can take a hammer and beat the crap out of a carbon hood. You're breaking the resin, but you're probably not breaking the fibers. So it gives it its rigidity and all that kind of stuff. Well, lectin, I think that's what they call it, lectin, is the protein that is a polymer, natural appears in nature, that holds the cellulose, the fibers of wood together. Well, to make wood pulp or make it into paper, they need to pulp it. They got to break up that lectin. So they add, now in the chemical for DMSO has a sulfur atom in it. So I'm going, well, where'd the sulfur come from? That is from the, hydrosulfide what to call it, that they put in to break down the lectin for making pulp for paper. So that's where DMSO came from. It takes that sulfur atom and incorporates it into this stuff that's a byproduct of making paper, and that was what was, anecdotally curing pulp guys of their wrist joint arthritis, something. I mean, that's kind of what started the mythology behind DMSO. Well, DMSO is just a solvent. Well, I go, okay, I'm not. Don't want to be smearing solvents on me. I mean, what's the byproduct of, the side effects of this kind of stuff? All of this takes me, like I'm driving back, from, I'm on the tractor, and Monday I was helping, a neighbor do their driveways and the road out there and all that kind of stuff. And I go, now's a good time for me to deep dive on DMSO, because our friends gave some, to Donna, because her shoulder, she like tore a muscle in her left shoulder tricep thing or something, doing work around here. And it's just been a thing. And she's been going to, getting MRIs and all that kind of find out what the problem is. Well, they're going, well, castor oil is like a big giant thing since my grandma. I mean, hell, grandma had castor oil for freaking everything, And the reason is that it penetrates into tissues and it does something. Well, DMSO is a carrier. What it does is that molecule will make a teeny tiny little hole in the cell membranes. And then if it's got another molecule with it, it'll kind of transfer that into your mitochondria, into your cells. So you do DMSO with castor oil, and all of a sudden, boom, it's penetrating tissues. Well, I've been trying it for the last couple of days because I'm getting, you get up and kind of stiff sitting cross-legged or old man out of bed kind of thing or whatever. So my knee's been stiff because I'm sitting, on the bed, editing or whatever, and then you get that, get up stiff knee thing. So I'm going, this is a good experiment for this. Put the castor oil on there, a little DMSO, spread it around, and, if I got some other thing, I'm going, okay, well, maybe I want it to penetrate, I got, one middle toe on my right foot got a little, see again like a little toe fungus there. I'm going, nope, got to get rid of that. So you put on, unprocessed coconut oil, and the termine, whatever the hell, it's kind of supposed to fix that. So, all right, I want to penetrate more. A little drop of DMSO, we'll give it a shot. Within 2 days, all of a sudden my knees start feeling a lot better. I'm going, okay, there might be something to this. I need more time, but try anything once, twice if I like it. So, but when I go to Grok and asking all this stuff, well, nope, it's not approved, and doctor guy, I go, shut up. Tell me what I want to know. What are those saying, and what is the people? What's the anecdotal evidence? What are the claims by the alternative, medical industry? What is just give me the information, you bitch. I am so sick of that crap. It is controlling the narrative. So I'm going, okay, so then it's like, but I got to use that one thread. Don't lie to me, no hallucinations. This is a new rule that I got. I don't give a crap what the FDA says. I do, that kind of thing. So I have to keep building this relationship with this AI of what to include and not include. And then sometimes it'll revert back to, well, we're not going to tell you that. You're doing it again. Why? What did the upgrade in Grok, 17 point whatever the hell, why did you go revert to this? Did they code that? Is it just to me? Did the programmers change something? They are hurting us to approved information, perceptions, perspective. It is so manipulative. You have to be on it all the time. So, but it'll answer very specific chemical questions. So that's how I approach it. I'm going, all right.
So let me chime in a little bit with this.
Okay, let me get one more thing out, and then you can do that.
All right.
The other thing that I heard is that it does, as I'm getting older, you always got some floaters in your eye, and you see, in the dark, you see there's like, something there, or whatever. But for the past month, I got this one. Every now and then, I think I see something out of the side of my eye, like something moved. I went and I look over. It was an eye floater. I don't like that. I don't want to be distracted or, like you start to ignore it, and then it's really somebody with a knife. I mean, that kind of thing, So I just want to have my senses to be accurate or whatever. So they're going out with DMSO you put it in pure saline solution or distilled water, and you can get it on Amazon, 100%, 99.9% pure pharmaceutical grade of DMSORUS.com or whatever. So you go and you get that, and it's 100%, but you dilute it down to 1 to 5%. So I go, I'm going to do 2-3%. That you do in eye drops that go directly into your eye, and it takes those out and dissolves cataracts. So I'm going, okay, so that's why, one of our friends is doing it for cataracts. Well, if you do 5% or something, you put it around your eye, on your skin or something, that eventually gets there, I guess. You do these eye drops, a itty bitty little bit. Okay, why? The reason is because those are proteins. There's just, waste protein. It's just garbage that's in the fluid of your eye over time. And, you live to be 70, 80, 90, you're just going to have, crap. This is the way it is. And then the real bad part is like a cataract. By doing this, the DMSO is like CRISPR. It cuts the DNA. It cuts the protein. It dissolves it. That's what it's a solvent for, and why it breaks down the protein of the lectin for the cellulose and wood to make paper pulp. That is the mechanism for it. So everybody just makes all these claims, but I go, yeah, it's all very interesting. Why? How is it that it does that? Why does it do that? Give me the mechanism, and then I can understand it more. Now, it will, they say, well, it starts to leach out of the cells, takes care of heavy metals, or it does this, or it does that, But the mechanism is because the DMSO molecule creates a pathway, an opening in the cell membrane so that it can bring some of this other stuff in. Well, you got to be careful what it's bringing in. I mean, I wouldn't be going out and taking a, engine degreaser bath and then putting DMSO on you. I mean, sometimes you need that brain barrier, So that's just an example of using grok and it sending you down the wrong path, not showing you a path that you should go down. So you got to be freaking insistent on detail, fact, accuracy. Where, why, who, what kind of, mechanism, chemistry, and you got to have a little bit broader understanding of these things, even understand what the hell it's talking about. Or you have people that just come in and say, I saw and read. This is one thing my daughter Rhea did. She had some problems. She got Lyme disease. That's what they found out. She got a tick thing, whatever, and they're dealing with that. And they're making progress on that and, a lot of things. So it's nice that she did this. But what she did, she does her own research. She goes on the internet and she's coming in with a folder, a half-inch thick. Doctors don't like that. They go, oh, God, freaking, damn internet researcher people. So it has to change. Well, what happens is when you got AI, they got all the information that they're allowed. That's a whole nother thing. That, all these doctors like you were talking about and so on. And it's like my daughter doing this research and you're sharing it with the patient. So when we do, like I just did a blood test here recently for Dr. Tamburri, I get the results, I go over it, I search some, what does this mean, this term of whatever the hell and everything, and they got a, FAQ on, frequently asked questions on the report if I go and kind of, so I'm all doctored up by the time I talk to Phranq. Hey, Phranq, go take a look at it and see what you see, this is what I see, and what do we know? Well, I've always had high cholesterol. Well, which one is it? The good, the bad one, how bad, kind of whatever. I'm fine, blood pressure's usually high and this kind of, well, Phranq, get me some stuff that can bring it down. Why? Is it just natural for me? Is this, I don't have any problems? You're good. I'm 65, I don't have any problems, okay? I'm good. But, you might want to know a little bit more and get in kind of what are the options. Well, I'm tired of just this cookie cutter, everybody kind of, I got a different DNA, man. I'm freaking Irish, Scottish, freckle-faced, red-headed kid from whatever. And definitely as you get older, you find out your mind, your senses, my taste buds are totally different than my family. So I gravitated towards a restaurant. I can, pick out a lot of different things. I can also taste toxic waste. That's why I get made fun of. I go, toxic waste. I eat some, that's got to go toxic waste. I can tell in the back, left, right of my tongue what I just feel. Then I can craft a sauce, like my pizza sauce. People would just come buy the sauce. And the reason was because I could get a full experience of the palate and in my tongue and whatever, the savory kind I want another bite of that. So you can't have a one-size-fits-all thing, but you can be fully informed, but AI is not there to fully inform you. It is there to direct you towards a narrative of your shot.
Yeah. So, yeah, no, so much there, Ernie, and I usually refrain from putting on my doctor cap on the Trump report. There's like other doctors that come on your show, and it's the last thing I want to talk about. I feel like I'm at work, but this one is a bit apropos. First off, yeah, I mean, it's probably not a secret that we're all made different. That shouldn't be too much of a surprise. But it is fascinating as a doctor, you see it in different ways. Even from a naturopathic perspective, or an Ayurvedic, which is from India, the Indian version of alternative medicine, which we share a lot of philosophy and concepts. But they have what's called the Vata, the Pitta, and the Kapha. Those are the three constitutional types. And Vatas, to use the two extremes, Vatas and Kaphas. Vatas are like people who are very kind of the stereotype. They're very petite. They have a hard time gaining weight. They're very bird-like. Imagine like the little bird-like, librarian lady, really quick and that, again, we're talking. It's kind of a stereotype when we try to kind of envision this type of constitution. But one of the things about Vatas, I can go all day on this, is they tend to react very quick to their surroundings. They react if they walk past somebody who just came out of a bar and there's a little bit of cigarette smoke lingering on them as they walk past you on this open street. The Vata is the one that can get a little whiff and go, oh my God, the toxic cigarette smoke, and they flip out. And Vatas are the ones that the minute it's like 2 minutes past noon, they go, oh my God, if I don't eat lunch, I'm going to go hypoglycemic. I can feel it now. My hands are shaking. I think these people are crazy because I'm the antithesis. I'm a Kapha. Kaphas tend to have a hard time losing weight. They tend to accumulate not just weight, but also money. Not that I'm saying I'm rich or anything, but by the way, Vatas tend to lose money. They tend to not be bad with money. Kaphas are more like Jabba the Hutt type. It's kind of the stereotype we kid around with. But there's a lot of constitutional issues. But Kaphas are the antithesis, where I could sit there being a room full of people smoking. I mean, I don't smoke. Doesn't bother me, but also but it comes down to also with medications, if a drug will have a side effect, but Pittas are in the middle. Most people are Pittas, or a lot of people are Pittas. They're kind of like the average constitution. So we're talking these three. But like for me, I had a hard time in naturopathic school because, I was trying to become a naturopath and I was wanting to do these herbs do anything. And I could sit there and pop a whole bunch of capsules and take tinctures of herbs and flax seeds and whatever. And sometimes I thought it was, not that everything works as advertised, but I just felt like this was all a sham. A lot of things didn't work. And yet many of the students that were there leaned Vata. Many of them had a good reaction to natural medicine, maybe when they were a layperson and they got sick and they went to a chiropractor and they gave them some botanicals and it changed their life and they were all into it. I became a naturopath actually a little bit more for getting ready for the financial crisis, about being a doctor and be cash only. It was a little more strategic, although I did love naturopathy, not to make this about me. But I found I almost dropped out of school because I just thought, is this all charlatan stuff? But yet there were people that I knew and I cared for, I knew very well, who I knew were not lying, and it wasn't all in their head. They got great results. So it was interesting when I learned about Ayurvedic medicine, I started to see the constitutional differences and why so many naturopaths tend to be from that world. They tend to be more sensitive to the world around them. Most of them tend to lean left politically, not to make this about politics right now, but, they tend to be more emotional and reactionary, as we all know. That's how many of the leftists or people on the left tend to be. But it makes sense that they're the ones that might be naturopaths or naturopathic patients because they react to the world. They really do. To chemicals, to drugs. If a drug has a 1 out of 100 chance for a certain side effect, the Vata is probably like a 50-50 flip whether or not they're going to have that problem. Whereas the Kapha with me, Kaphas hardly ever get side effects. They're the ones, if they're married to a Vata, they're the ones that they all think that their wife is crazy or whoever the Vata is. And Vatas, sometimes they get defensive because they feel like everyone thinks they're crazy, that they're anxiety prone and they're over exaggerators and just pull yourself up by your bootstraps. But for a lot of these vatas, this is real to them, and it is real. So to your point, yes, we really are built different, and you kind of got my interest on that when you're talking about the redhead and freckles and how you can taste the toxic sludge, and you're probably more I'm not going to call Ernie a vata for a bunch of reasons, but there are certainly overtones where we are different. And also, vatas make the best patients for naturopathic doctors, because to be honest, if anyone's going to react to conventional medicines and have side effects and say, I can't do this, I need you to go natural, it's the vatas. And that's another reason why, the doctors, naturopaths tend to be vatas, and their patients tend to be vatas. I'm a real interesting exception, being a kapha, and of course, I have a practice that doesn't really deal with that type of medicine. It's more, the integrative prostate cancer assessing, which, most of my patients are kaphas and pittas. A lot of them have a lot of money and accumulated a lot.
All right, you're getting geek on me. I feel like I'm talking to a IT guy.
Oh, geez. Anyway, but that's just more of a naturopathic approach to what you were saying. The other thing I wanted to comment, I was going to echo or coda my last conversation with AI in medicine, and you kind of beat me to the punch there about AI's use with this. Ernie said it great, but I want to reiterate it. It's like, it really is a unique tool, but we're figuring out, like a lot of new tools, what it's great at and what it's not, and how to use it. And my experience over this last month, between the magic, between the investing, between a few other things, and also with medicine, is I got to see it from the perspective of me being a layman in other areas versus me being an expert. And without trying to, toot my horn, when it comes to the word of prostate cancer, I'm not trying to advertise, but I'm, let's say I'm known out there of being really into the weeds about prostate cancer assessing. I mean, I get referrals from other urologists over these tougher cases to really get into it. So it's something I really know well. I mean, I instead of counting sheep when I'm tired, I count prostates. When I get tired, it's just, I can't sleep. I just to go over a fence. So it's like, that's my world. That's my world. So coming at it where I can handle the cases that the average doctors miss. And the fact is that the AI is programmed by the average medical system, right? Which is the way the system's set up. If your cholesterol is over, 200, then you're supposed to, be on a drug, let's say, right? It's very black or white. But then again, it doesn't necessarily look into your personal genetics. It doesn't look into new studies as much. And also, you get what you put into it. And as kind of what you were saying is that if you ask it a basic question, you're going to get an answer that's commensurate with the level of what you're saying. Kind of like the magic trick thing I was talking about. If my wife asked, like, is there something magical I can do for my daughter? It'll probably say something basic. But when it understood the level of what I knew, it was using terms that I only read in Magi magazine, and books that talk about the philosophy of magic and history. And I was just shocked at how it came up with that. And so the same thing with medicine, and I could start to see it from a patient's point of view. And if you ask questions from a ground floor level, which, don't blame you, because if you're not a prostate expert, of course, that's where you're going to start. And so you ask those questions, you're going to get answers back at that level, but you won't know what to ask in the higher levels to refine to get really the answer that you really want. It's kind of like when a patient, it's a cliche, but patients will come in and they say, Dr. Tamburri, what do you think? I always love that, the what do you think question. What do you think about fill in the blank? Vitamin C IVs, And of course, I often say, well, you want to know what I think about it? I'll think about it, and I'll go, blah, blah, blah. I'll talk for, of course, an hour, as Ernie knows, about vitamin C IVs. And then when I get done, I go, there's your answer. But if you're asking, should you take it? That's not what you asked me, but that's a completely different conversation, right? So like what do you think? I can talk all day about whatever, but if you're going to refine it, what do I think about in your specific situation, as open your chart and all of your labs and your history and what your goals are, quality of life versus longevity. Do you want to keep your erections till a certain age? Did you just get remarried? Do you have young kids at home? Like and that's just the culture over the social part to this, not even about the labs. About PSA, but then you can get into, and I'm not trying to get too pedantic again here, but the percent-free PSA, the PSA density, the PSA velocity, the PSA pattern. I mean, there's so much that you can look into, but if the average doctor doesn't even know about those terms, so they're not going to even know themselves what to ask. So, and I realized that was the blind spot. And once I recognized that, how much meat and potatoes you're missing to make a nuanced decision for yourself is that if the AI doesn't, it's just going to meet you at the level that it thinks you're at. It's not going to interpret or interpolate further of what you're really trying to do. Now, it is an interesting question you asked about with your Google account. I wonder in time for normies who don't care about the privacy issue, where you and I, that's why we have different accounts and all. But if you over years of you talking with AI and and it can search your entire life story of conversations, it will probably more and more give custom level answers to all of the expertise areas that you know. That's fascinating. But I also realized how much that I knew more than the computer and how much it was meeting me at a higher. I mean, even the computer, I was teaching things about prostate, it didn't even know. And I would say, look over here. And then it would say, oh, you're right, because it doesn't normally get those questions. It even told me that for what it's worth. But then when I started asking later on, as a layman, about the IRAs, for instance, which I don't know much about, I'm approaching that like most of you would about medicine. I realized, it was helping me. But I had to put myself and switch it around and realize, wait a minute, it's probably talking down to me with limited scope of what I learned with the medical. So there's probably so much more that I don't even know what to ask. I don't even know what terms to ask.
That is the point.
Yeah.
It's the question. That is the one thing I've been saying for decades. I'm going, it's not, if you don't know the question, the answer doesn't matter.
Right.
You need to know the right question and insist on it being answered and know enough to know when they're not answering.
And now, exactly. And this is where I'm starting to see, just kind of organically, as a fascinating few months, of where maybe the roles of doctors are going to evolve into. Not like gatekeepers. I hate to use that word. I'm trying to think of the right term, but almost like interpreters, where they, because you could get a lot more information about your health problem with AI, which I think is good. Like your daughter, like many of our patients, they're using their time and their health, and they have this access to this wonderful tool. They're coming in more educated. And it's better than it used to be. I mean, it used to be people had no information except the library, print copy. Then it turned into printouts from Google and Wikipedia. Patients would come in, usually it's the wife would bring in for their husband, and whole folder, manila folder full of all the stuff they found online with highlights over everything. That's how it, has been for a long time.
And I insist you fix his erection.
And regular doctors hate that. Whenever they see the wife come in with a whole stack of printouts from Wiki and Google, they go, oh, they roll their eyes. Because, again, in order to answer your question.
I hated that. I thought that was the most disrespectful, stupid
What's that?
thing. That you're not having the research from the patient be a factor in, discussion and diagnosis and so on. They know their body more than most anybody else. They go, this is what's happening. This is what I went through. I found this. Explain this to me. I don't have to explain that to you. I just want to touch you on the shoulders so I can say I, touched you so I can get an extra $70 on the insurance claim.
But what it is too. And look, I completely agree with you. I think it's arrogant.
It's like HIPAA when they go about your medical records belong to you. My dental records belong to me. I go and well, it's kind of in the storage and it's kind of yours. You just can't have it now. It's like I'm talking to a bank. That's why I go to you. The doctor, the whole healthcare thing can kiss my ass. I have no love for going to any kind of. Now, after I did my retirement thing, you get your Medicare, you get all this other stuff. And, Tim, while we were in Oklahoma, because this is what he does, I finished out my crap and I get my card and I can go to the doctor. Woo! I get me the blue pill. No, I get me the gold pill. I get paid for it in Walgreens and God, what? No. No. They're just there to push some statin of whatever that has all kinds of other problems. No, I am so sick of me not having a say. I go to the I got this problem. What is the source of this problem, not the manifestation of the problem of the rash of I got and tingly of something. What is the source? What food is doing it? What food should I not do? When on this vacation, we ate very well, and we were up organic in the farm and everything, and all of a sudden, I guess a lot of vegetables went, my stool was like freaking deer pellets, man. I mean, damn, I'm blowing a ring here trying to, it wasn't like I was constipated, but it was definitely different. My stool was not as soft. I do it. Oh, well, what's that from? Well, we were going through a parasitic cleanse and so on, and we kind of finished that by that time because that starts that. You're doing different stuff. So I need to have information. I want to know how my body is reacting to different things and what I need to do. So I do, kidney and liver cleanses. I do every now and then, every year or two or something, just say I did. Then we have going on parasites. I'm like, by the time you get to this, you got a bunch of parasites going on. So I had a guy on the show. I met at Acapulco in February. He said, and Charlie Robinson, a good friend, another talk show host. He's like, man, I did this. You got to have this guy on. Have him on, buy his stuff. Donna and I go through it. I did it probably more than Donna. Go, okay, I feel a little better about that. Then we tried, I think it's maybe a fungus thing, because valley fever here is really debilitating. A lot of people, it's kind of a flu that doesn't go away because it's a fungus. And if you don't know it's a fungus, all of a sudden you get spinal meningitis. Happened to one of my grandkids, my step-grandchild. She was future freaking Olympic super soccer star, and all of a sudden it put her down. She was in Children's Hospital for freaking weeks because she got spinal meningitis because they misdiagnosed it that it wasn't valley fever. And I remember, I'm like, look, you need to check this. One of Donna's brokers, that one of the Century 21 brokers when she first started doing real estate, almost died from it. They wouldn't. I go, tell them to check for valley fever, because I remember when I moved here in the 70s, by the time I was in high school in the late 70s, it was epidemic here in the valley. Why? Because it's a fungus that lives in the dust, the surface, and they are dust storming, plowing, freaking developing whatever, and all that was in the air, and the people that affected the most were from the Midwest. If you came from Indiana or whatever, Michigan, you're getting valley fever. That was the way it was. That's why it's not because it's annoying, it's a health thing that they got all these water trucks on construction sites. It was because of that. People don't know that because they weren't here.
Right. So
this is what I'm talking about.
No, I know, trust me, I know exactly what you're talking about.
They don't know shit.
Well,
no, what they think they know.
Come on, Ernie. Look, this is again. I see it completely. Both sides are right and they're both wrong. I mean, because I see it from both sides. My libertarian hat, where I feel like you, but also understanding what the medical system is. Look. Let me just start off first, so I don't just completely irritate you. I already happened. That was like 10 years ago. That was 10 years ago. But and where are we going in the 11th? This is going on in the 11th year? Is that where we're going on? I can't.
Yeah, we're 11 something.
God.
This is 11.
Oh, God. You know how much back pay you owe me? Anyway, but the thing is with this.
I'm your therapist.
I think it's the other way. All right, so I think though, look, doctors and the medical system have certainly done it to themselves. And we could do a whole show on this alone, but, from the HMOs, from medical schools, purposefully limiting how many medical schools are out there. I mean, why is it there's 15 applicants for every one seat in a medical school, and then we say there's a doctor shortage out there? I mean, really? So I mean, we could go there. Then, of course, there's the arrogance a lot of times of doctors, which is a whole other story. And look, they certainly destroyed themselves over things like COVID, telling people to take experimental drugs with that, when any other drug hasn't been through 7 years of approval from the FDA. They would never even consider putting it in your body unless it came from Dr. Fauci and it was 2021 and, 1 week, blah, blah, blah. So, of course, they destroy. I mean, whatever goodwill, whatever respect or confidence people had in them,
is it FDA
went out
approved? As if I give a crap.
Yeah. I mean, but all that went out the window there. A big one also, for instance, is with the vaccines in general. Like we're talking about the MMR vaccine for kids. I remember when I was in medical school, there was one of the teachers who taught us pediatrics. which is the complete other world of where I'm at. But with pediatrics, and they were just talking about a learning the pearl for all of us, no matter what field that we went into, but especially pediatrics. They talked about not getting. It's so easy when doctors get busy and they get experienced. You think you've seen it all, and hence when someone comes in with a runny nose, you go, oh, it's a runny. I've already seen a million of these, and so you already know it's either A, B, or C, and you just assume it's one of those three. But there could be a D or a silent Q option that you never even thought about. It could be something strange that came from Panama. In fact, I have a friend of mine, a libertarian friend that you don't know, who died just a year or so ago. He was living out in the outbacks in Panama, had like 2 Panama girlfriends. That was all out, literally in the rainforest, the opposite of place where our friends live. That they're there, and he wound up getting this strange. What was it? The prion, the sheep prion or whatever, that got into his brain, and I've never seen anything like it. I mean, even doctors in America had never really seen it before. But and so you have to look out for these, what we call the zebras. That's what doctors call it. They said it's imagine that you're a tiger and you're just lazily on the tree limb, and you're just with your tail just going, and there's like a little piglet that goes by, and it's just little stuff, and you're sitting there just watching the animals go by, and then every once in a while, maybe every week, all of a sudden a zebra shows up, and then you pounce, and that's the one that you're looking out for. And they said a lot of times doctors, they start getting lazy and, to be honest, over busy, because they're seeing the same things. They have to rush through patients. And what a lot of you guys don't realize is that the government, I always have to bring up the government, they with HMOs are forcing doctors and medical systems to diagnose in certain codes. And so you have to see it in a certain code. And I remember I got an argument with a very diehard Obama supporter way back when he was running, and he was a lefty doctor, and he and I fought all the time. But he used to teach classes for naturopaths to try to get them onto the government healthcare system and learn about Obamacare, and because he was all into it, and learning about coding and ICD-10 codes, and it's inevitable, you can't hide from it. Eventually, you got to be learning the codes. And he was in my office. Eventually, he left, but. At one time, he was always trying to get me to code, and I was the opposite. And like, screw that, I'm just taking cash, and you can shove the code up your ass, is what I used to tell him. Because if you pay cash, technically, you don't have to use the codes if you're not using anything at all through Medicare. And a lot of people didn't know that. But anyway, I had a case where a patient had low testosterone for whatever, and he says, well, for whatever reason, I had to use the code. And so I'm looking for the code, and in the entire book, I think it was the ICD-9 back then, and there was nothing in there for testosterone. Now, first off, I wasted like 15 minutes of my time looking for low testosterone, low androgen, anything. And the only thing they had in there was low testosterone from testicular cancer, low testosterone from brain, from I don't know, a certain part of the brain cancer, right? And it was just. They had different like major cancers. Well, this guy just had low testosterone. Like a lot of guys now, it's like a common thing. But back 20 years ago, if you had low testosterone, it had to be something massively wrong with you. And I said, no. I said, hey, to this doctor, I said, look, he just has low testosterone. I said, you're the code master. I said, you tell me he doesn't have brain cancer. He just has slightly low testosterone. And that's what I'm treating him for. So you tell me where your code is. And I was getting a little hot on the collar, dealing with a government lover like that. And he famously told me in front of the other doctors, he said, well, Phranq, because I was getting frustrated, and he goes, if it's not in the book, if the code doesn't exist, then it doesn't exist, and the sickness doesn't exist. He told me that, and and
Phranq will tell you that too.
Yeah, no, exactly. And this is the guy teaching the class to doctors. So what you're telling, so I started to get right there, it was all on display to everybody of how the conventional medical system operates. Now, again, we're the naturopaths trying to be the alternative, literally, to that system. But he's he's like showing how if the system doesn't recognize it, or if the system hasn't figured out what's already there, like what nature is doing, because the nature and God doesn't care what some book says, it's going to do whatever it is, right? If people haven't figured it out yet, okay, well, that's something to discover. But don't sit there and put blinders on like an ostrich in the ground and say it doesn't exist and then move on. Well, that is the mindset I saw firsthand. And of course, that is how you're going to miss the zebras when things come up. And going back to the pediatrician class, they had pointed that out. They said, you get used to, you get good at your job after a while, and people see you for that. And that all that wisdom and experience is what people are paying for ultimately. And yes, there's a huge value in that. I see myself much more valuable now than I was 20 years ago. The types of cases that I can take on now that I've been afraid to take 20 years ago, like really high risk cases that I'm able to do. And then you get more higher in your profession. And then of course you die and retire, or in reverse. but that's, so I see that, but you have to still be nimble and open-minded for when that strange prion case walks in, and you don't just say, well, I've never seen before, it doesn't exist. And yet that's what this system has done. So anyway, that is certainly a problem, and I think that's what happened with the kids with the vaccines, with the MMR, because parents. Oh, I'm sorry. The teacher had said, when you deal with pediatrics, I know you deal with a lot of hysterical mothers. Anytime a new baby's born, and God forbid, especially the mother's new mom, those are like the worst, right? Every single thing is an emergency. And heck, I know when I had Phaedra, I didn't know what to do. Pete scared the hell out of me. I didn't know what to do. So I get it. But he was saying what you have to learn to do is to put your guard down and your ego, and often trust the mother. They said the mother's not a doctor, and they're going to be overly sensitive to things, but also they have the pulse, literally, of their child. They are seeing this child nonstop, and to discount that for just another 10 minutes, you're making a big mistake. They said they were talking about trust the instincts of mothers, and God knows that's also when we started to see the whole MMR issue.
No, Sierra
where the vaccine, the MMR vaccine, doctors were being told that the vaccine did something to their kid, and the doctors are going, nah, it's impossible, because the literature and the book says it's not possible. It was like that doctor friend of mine. And yet the mothers, they're like, wait a minute, I've been nursing this child for 2-3 years, and he's starting to talk, and he's social, like, there's real personality in this kid. He got the shot. Fever went up to 110 or whatever it was. It wasn't that high, but of course, but had a massive fever, GI problems. It goes away, and my kid is completely different before and after. And yet these doctors routinely would just, no, it's not. It's in your head. I mean, and that type of arrogance is what led to, along with the internet starting to boot up back then in the late 90s, is the whole MMR vaccine debate issue, which you talked to me off the air about the death of someone who was part of some of those movies. So anyway, I just want to point out that yes, I agree and I acknowledge the medical system has screwed themselves over between arrogance, between the lack of medical schools, the government system with Obamacare definitely put gasoline on the fire, and doctors that can be so experienced that they can miss the ball for different reasons. So I acknowledge all of that. However, at the same time, there is the flip side where when patients come in with all this information, which I don't blame you, because, when doctors have 5-10 minutes with you and,
there's your problem right there.
Right. No, exactly. You're being forced as a patient to have to do all this other information to get yourself ready to maximize that 10 minutes. Not to mention these ass doctors or the system. They say, if you see your PCP, patients tell me that you're told in advance you're only allowed to bring up one medical issue. Like you're limited to your one issue. Now, what happens when you have more than one issue? It takes months to get to see your doctor, and then the doctor is maybe not even thinking they're doing this when you're a conventional doctor, is what if these 3 separate things are all linked together? Right? Like endocrine issues often are multifactorial, and you're going to miss it if you just focus on point to where it hurts, and that's it. So it is such a disaster on this. And so patients are going to go online and they're going to research this stuff. But forgetting even AI, the same restrictions are on all literature when you research. So, for instance, if you do medical studies, the medical studies on Medline, which, it's great to go there, but those are just studies where it says 9 times out of 10 this happens or whatever. Then you can find stuff on the Dr. Oz's website or whatever, some senior magazine and all of this. And every single thing written, though, has to go through legal, and legal definitely makes sure that the information is approved and as generic as possible because of all the restrictions, and you can't be treating, acting like a doctor without a license, blah, blah, blah. So everything is kind of like, it's like middle of the road generic vanilla of the information, which is good for patients to be educated. But when they spend a lot of time researching something, they're going down, one thing links to another and over here. And you know what it's like web surfing, especially with medicine. And then this person is saying, this is the greatest therapy ever, and a bunch of testimonials. And then you hear about this, and that leads over here and over there. And then next thing you know, you're between commercials that, or disguised commercial sites, which a lot of them are, and then people who maybe, survived the cancer and they just happen to be eating Krispy Kreme donuts for the day, and they swear up and down, Krispy Kreme donuts cured my cancer, and here's my testimonial, look, I'm still alive, and you put, their website, and they're selling a book, and you got that, and then you've got Medline and everything that's just, it's ultimately, everything's generic, but none of it's custom. So you've got multiple sources of info that's all generic that compound on each other. So then when the patient comes in and they have all these papers, and you got your 10 minutes, which of course ultimately is the bigger problem, Obamacare and whatever else. But what does the doctor do when the patient now, you don't want to be dissing the patient, because you're going to piss them off. I mean, some doctors just don't care, but a lot of them do care, but they're stuck in this problem because now you have
the system.
It is. But you have now what we call a second-year medical student syndrome, which is kind of a joke amongst professors, which is in the first year, students don't know much. They just learn about anatomy. By the second year, you learn about physiology and pathology. I'm sorry, second year, you learn about pathology. So the first year, you have to figure out how everything works. Then the second year, you figure out how everything that you learn, how it works, how it doesn't work. And then once you're in pathology class, there's always the kind of the joke that professors would say behind the scenes is how the end of every class, there will always be a few students coming up because you talked about some form of cranial, hemorrhage or whatever, and then the kids, young, healthy students would come down and go, Doc, you were talking about this type of cerebral hemorrhage, and I have a headache, and I think I might be dying. What should I do? So I got second year medical students are all dying on you. That's always the joke. But that's how a lot of patients wind up being at that level. They're dangerous enough. It's kind of like you got your first.
Okay, your first what? What? He ran out of power. Yep. Or bad signal. All right, we'll get you.
Can you hear me? There, 1, 2, 3.
Damn it! I was going to actually get to
1, 2, 3. So it was a little bit similar. Not to get off topic on this, but it was like I heard someone doing a commentary or discuss the Candace Owens, Andrew Wilson debacle, so-called debate, and he was saying how the problem that Candace ran into is what this commentator runs into, who's an expert on the JFK assassination. He said that the JFK assassination and Charlie Kirk are very similar. For the people who are getting involved, you learn so much of what's happening. But when you so-called debate someone who challenges you, and they say, I'll debate you because you're full of crap and you're a conspiracy. They said, and Ernie, you run into this probably when you're battling people about economics and all sorts of things, is most people don't realize the level of background that you have on topics, or Candace does, or Oliver Stone does on JFK. And so when you have a so-called debate, they said that most of the time it's not a debate because the other person doesn't even know what they don't know. And you wind up spending most of your time having to educate the other person to even discuss and debate the points that a true debate would be debating over. You know what I mean? It's like you have to get them to that level, and they don't know what they think they know. Hell, that ass, Andrew Wilson, sitting there. Well, it wasn't even his money. I'm sure it was. It came from a certain foreign lobby, but $300,000. You're gonna put 300 grand. Like he had that much confidence that he had more than enough information. Like I already know. I know enough. I know. And he didn't know, and God knows he had his ass handed to him on that show, and that's another conversation. But that's how patients, on the flip side, with all good intentions, because when patients are spending that much effort to research their case, it's because they care. It's because they care about their body. They're trying to maximize their visits. You can't disrespect them, but it's a problem for the doctors. Now, as a naturopath and people like myself,
hurry up! We gotta get the bunch of other stuff.
Yeah. We don't have that problem as much because people pay cash for cash doctors, where we'll spend an hour or 2 hours deconstructing all of this. So just so you know, not to be an advertisement again for my profession, but that's where the market is going, where people pay cash. Obamacare won't pay, but you then get all your questions answered.
Yeah,
and so with that said, that's where AI, I think, is becoming a very good tool, because it's allowing, it's kind of where I'm going with this, is that AI is allowing patients to get more information that's more refined to them if you know the questions to ask as much as you can ask. And then you get information that's not just middle of the road vanilla, like I was saying, printouts from Wiki. You get things more for you. You also, as a patient, get more information about what questions the doctor might need to answer your questions. And then when you go see the doctor now can meet you where you're at with AI that's helped elevate you there. And then I think the doctor and you can have a much quicker, abbreviated, or streamlined visit that's not about just facts about, well, what do you think about this and this, but it can be more streamlined to you, the patient. So anyway, I'm just wearing both hats. I understand both problems, but also playing with AI, both as a specialist, but also as a layman, as I talked about earlier. I really see AI, despite all of its problems, taking over the world and Terminator, and we're not going to get into that. But I do see it helping patients, but also doctors are going to have to transform a bit how they use AI in their practice. So anyway, it's an evolving thing. One last point. Wait, before you go on, what started this, as you mentioned DMSO, I just want to make comments because I tend to be the doctor on the show and I don't like to act like I am, though. The dimethyl sulfoxide, just real quick for you guys, it doesn't put holes in cells. What it is, it's a very unique compound in that it is both fat soluble and water soluble. And that's what's unique. Every drug or everything you use in heart, whether it's a hormone or like vitamin C is water soluble, whereas vitamin D is fat soluble. It's like oil and vinegar, right? They don't mix. And sometimes there's tricks, such as methylating something, where you can take a vinegar, imagine taking vinegar, putting a little methyl group on it, and then vinegar now can dissolve into the oil. Okay, that's what methylated groups do. And this, matter of fact, this DMSO, that's what DM stands for in the beginning, is dimethyl. It has two methyl groups, which allows it basically to take water-soluble things and go into the fat-soluble. Your skin is fat-soluble. That's why you have a fat layer. That's why water rolls off of you. Your intestines are fat-soluble. That's made of a fat lining. And that's what blocks just anything getting through your intestines. So if you want absorption into your body through your intestines or your skin, you have to, the thing you want is water soluble. You have to transform it into a fat soluble to go through, or attach it to something that's fat soluble. And that's kind of what a lot of hormone creams are. There's plenty of uses. But DMSO is unique because it actually does both. So it can do both. It's mostly fat soluble, but it has water soluble components.
Well, it's fat soluble in a very small area, so it can't take larger molecules through. That's
right. It does that too, but because it can drive things through, the one important thing, and this is not medical advice, but just this one you can take it to the bank, is if you start playing with it, make sure you're clean, because if there's any dirt on your skin, it'll drive that through too. Now, DMSO was first used for achy joints and legs, not in humans. It was, like many experimental medicines come from. Yeah, exactly. Veterinarian. It came from horses for horse racing, and it helped with the horses. And so what a lot of doctors do, and again, it's funny, we're just chatting about what helps helps the internet. If you say, and I tried this as you were talking, I asked just, well, how could DMSO help you, blah, 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 on the internet, like I was a layperson, and it just showed me, it said, well, here's the approved uses of DMSO that were the approved prescription drugs, right? But if I start using backdoor entry points of what I know as a naturopath, it began to bring up things that I already knew, how DMSO was used in my profession, because we used it through compounding pharmacists. If you know how to use a compounder, then you're not going to Walgreens pharmacy where everything is in a box pre-approved by some drug company. You're going around them. Drug companies hate it because you're working with compounders that can make anything you want. And that's great for doctors like me. So we will use things like ketoprofen. Ketoprofen is it's like an NSAID, like ibuprofen, but ketoprofen is better for like joint pains, and that's what they use with the horses as well. We use corticosteroids, so you can drive the steroid directly to where you want it. So rather than taking the steroid in your body, which causes all kinds of problems systemically, you can drive it in. They also will use things like menthol or camphor, kind of like for Vicks. And you can take that kind of menthol and put it in and drive it in. So imagine being able to take Vicks and stick it deep into your muscles or such. And then lastly is MSM, which many of you have heard about. MSM or chondroitin sulfite, which is used for like arthritis pains. MSM is more popular now. But so a lot of times they'll take DMSO, put ketoprofen for pain, corticosteroid to reduce the inflammation, menthol to have some warming effect so it just feels warmer, and then also they'll throw MSM to help rebuild the joint. 4 things in DMSO, and the DMSO is just the carrier that pushes it through. Anyway, none of that is the prescription for you guys, but just something to keep in mind that you can do with these I don't say off-label. I mean, DMSO is a legal substance and all, but your average Joe Schmo Obamacare doctor is not going to know any of this unless it's on the approved Walgreens deal. But if you see integrative doctors, go to compounding pharmacists, all sorts of these interesting things are capable. And when this economy goes, the capitalism, the free market is going to force patients to find doctors who are truly going to look at them as a human being, and in between AI and compounders. So anyway, enough of that. Thanks. It was an interesting medical discussion with AI. But go ahead. Let's talk about the news.
No, let's talk about what I want to talk about.
The news. Go ahead.
Well, one thing that's going up later today on Freedom's Phoenix is kind of what the real issue that I was getting to, not all the details of what I don't give a shit. That's not the point. The point is the healthcare system. So now that I, qualified for Medicare or whatever, am I able to even go to you without getting in some HIPAA thing? I go see Phranq. Are you going to go to jail because I got, a Medicare card now?
No.
Okay. So this is, I get all of these. I get to pick, which, doctor group of this. I get whatever. I ain't got it because I'm fine. I don't care. But, we'll talk about that as we get experiences. But we have a story going up this afternoon. Trump cures cancer. Okay. What happened is you do this Truth Social thing. You pay $100,000 to get, a heads up on what he's going to do on whitehouse.gov or, his executive orders, or Trump says this about that, and for $100,000 you get ahead. Well, what happened? Moderna, which makes these mRNA vaccines or whatever, went up like 115% today.
Wow.
It was like, boom. Why? Because he comes out and says, the hype was real. The announcement landed this week, and the markets noticed immediately. Moderna and Merck reported that their experimental personalized mRNA cancer vaccine, intismeran autogene, also known as blah, 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 met its key goals in a large phase 3 trial for whatever. Now, it's, melanoma and different, fine. Well, Trump is like selling this inside information, kind of, I'm going to announce and it's going to go whatever. So people double their money. Okay, there's a club. Are you in it? Well, then you have all this hype that's been going around this. Well, then what happens with doctors? Oh, well, we got to do this. And if you don't do this, you're not going to get, and, here the patients coming in saying, hey, man, I need what? It's so manipulated. I need the research. I want what study? Where was the study? How did they study? Who paid for the study? I mean, all this stuff is just, these studies during COVID, and non-existent or bullshit or whatever. In fact, now they got, this one guy that was under Fauci, he whistleblows and said, yep, we knew, and pregnant women get, which we all knew was total bullshit. Pregnant women get out, just dumb. Well, they knew that, but they didn't want to, we didn't want to discourage people to use it. We were saving America by, killing babies. It's just so much full of this type of manipulation. For whom? Pharmaceutical industries and their sales reps and their lobbyists and whoever gets paid in the congressman of whatever the hell. It's not for you. That's why you got to get out of this. What? And it's so crazy. Here's another story going up this afternoon. Tonight, Trump to appear on Turncoat Michael Cohen's radio show.
Really?
Yeah. I'm like, good. What the crap? Michael Cohen, Donald Trump's former fixer, who once vowed to take a bullet for him, only to flip after he was raided by the FBI in 2018, and the Stormy Daniels hush money probe says that Trump has agreed to appear on his New York City area radio show this week.
Oh, God.
And I'm just going, and of course he will, because he will, and they made a deal. I don't freaking care. It is so neon obvious of how this is all total bullshit. Well, then we get into the WNBA thing. Now, I was back visiting our friends up in Washington, and I go, look, you're going to see something. This is like the day before it really went stupid. I go, for example, you're going to start seeing a lot of WNBA stuff on Freedom's Phoenix. The reason is because Donna was giving me crap about why I cared about this, Caitlin Clark, Sophie Cunningham versus the WNBA BS of trans, whatever crap was going on. Because I understood it from our conversations, from this cultural thing, from this, going after, doing whatever. What happened is the WNBA is kind of a franchise offshoot of the NBA. I didn't know that, okay? So it's kind of part of their thing. So I'm going, okay, there's some money there. They've been losing money, making as much money. The players don't get paid that much until this last year when Caitlin Clark came from Indiana University or whatever to, Indiana, what the hell is the name of their thing? The Fever, okay? So they came in. Now, Sophie Cunningham was from Phoenix Mercury, here in Phoenix. Well, she goes out, and this is what was going on. Because it's the Black Lesbian League, the trans whatever, LGBTQ alphabet soup of plus something. So this has been, they did not want an attractive, heterosexual, white superstar coming in and mucking up their game plan. Well, Adidas comes in, they give her a big contract, and she goes, you know what? Sophie Cunningham's been my enforcer, the only one that gives a crap about whether I get, freaking clotheslined and killed on the court. The refs don't care. The league doesn't care. They're trying to get rid of me, So I want her to have her own shoe. So she made a deal with them. She got a deal too. And they both sell out and, rock and roll, whatnot. What's been going on is this cultural thing of their fans that were limited. It's just, all the entire audience is gay, kind of thing, Well, you got young women and girls that just like with soccer or softball or whatever, volleyball or something, they're all interested in that. Well, Sophie Cunningham was a big volleyball star in college too. So Caitlin Clark has increased by billions the revenue of the WNBA. Getting a lot of attention, and her stats are kicking ass. And she scored like 42 points or something this last game.
Ernie, are you watching these games yourself?
No, I don't care. It's not the game. I'll watch some highlights or.
No, I know. I was just curious how much you're.
I might. I don't got time for that crap. But that's not the point. the point that I was looking at, it was a manifestation of the cultural thing that has been going on. The demasculation of men. You know, everybody's a beta male. Everybody's got to be gay. If you're not bi, there's something wrong with you. I mean, that kind of crap. So here you have very talented, heterosexual, white, beautiful women coming out and kicking ass, and the entire league, the refs, the coaches are wearing, trans shirts and so on. You got this entire thing has been targeting them, and they are fouling the crap out of them. There is so many YouTube shorts and everything and then they'll call the foul on them that got fouled. I mean, it was so obvious. I'm going, this cannot stand. This won't work. Then you get in the Olympics, you got male boxers beating the living crap out of Olympian female boxers, and you're going, how long is this going to last? This cannot last. This is just stupid. So they keep pushing it. Here in the NBA, the WNBA, they have, it identifies that a woman. What's a woman? I don't know what a woman is, but, they can kick ass and, give a elbow to Caitlin Clark. They can play for our team and go be, semi-women. All right? So this is becoming a thing. So then you had two former NBA guys go, that's it. I put on a wig. I identify a woman. I'm opening it up for the WNBA draft. Pick me. And they went, whoa, wait a minute. We don't want that. What? I identify. Bitch. Put me in the draft. Let's do it. I go whip ass. You want some whip ass? I'll whip ass. I've had me a big wig, bleach blonde, or whatever. Let's go kick ass. Well, one of the guys, Matt Getz, is representing Royce White in the bid to join the WNBA. Because they go in and they say, well, no, we don't go, well, lawsuit, got to have, so Matt Getz gets involved. So this is a thing. So when I'm up there, I'm talking to the guys, there's, some of the guys up there we know, and they're big, influential people. And I said, I just want you to know, on Freedom's Phoenix, you're going to see this in WNBA controversy. Well, like you say, you watching, you a fan? No, I don't care. That's not the point. The point is that it is a manifestation of all this cultural stuff that you and I have been talking about in pop culture, the movies, teaching your daughter to shave. I mean, whatever the hell's going on out there, there is something weird ass break down what do they call it? The patriarchy. The patriarchy. You got to go after the nuclear family. You got to go after and this you can't have. So Sophie Cunningham is when somebody gives a hard foul on Caitlin. Well, you just know here comes Sophie's going to explain it to you. Well, she may get whatever, but it's the enforcer. So they became good friends, and this only resistance to this lesbian, black, macho, we kick ass, body slam thing that's going on with support of the owners and the coaches and the refs and all this cultural thing is now you have these superstars coming out of university, rookie of the year, kicking ass. It's Michael Jordan comes out, and is actually female and white and heterosexual doing ass whipping. They could not have that. So that's what's going on. It is a cultural thing against all this woke bullshit that has found a home in the WNBA, and they're trying to maintain that. So here it comes, and I could see it coming a mile away. I'm saying, you watch. This is going to be one of the final nails in the woke coffin. It's going to be, are you freaking kidding me? With video evidence. You sit there watching, you go, holy shit. How'd they even get up? I go on and on about the foul. It's so obvious.
Meritocracy on display. Yeah.
They're trying to kill the meritocracy.
The lack of. Yeah, I know. It's blatant.
So this is what's coming up. That's why you're seeing it. That's why you're going to see this play out. The next day, this WNBA, NBA draft stuff started. Then you had some other example that I go, Neon, I freaking told you so, because I could see it coming. So, no, I don't watch them. That doesn't mean I won't. I mean, I'm like, I'd like to see, Indiana Fever game if I gave a crap enough to go find it. But, here it comes. I just, that story's coming up. Then we have, on the site, just some get us yakking off of, freaking medical and AI bullshit. There's a guy named Andre Jink that does a really good job on explaining economics and everything. I really enjoy him. He's at the top of the page now. Here's what pops this stock bubble. Now, what he was talking about is what I had mentioned early on in the show, is that this is how they are getting access to the big giant pile of money from the middle class retirement pension funds of going through the insurance to pay to back up, and the too big to fail of the government taxpayer doing kind of whatever AI stablecoin bullshit. It was all we said on the show. I'm going, look, I don't know. They always yanking some crap out of their butt. I mean, at the end they'll do something. There's always something. There's the next something. Well, this is it. And it'll work for a little while. But what happens when you have competition with the real commodity-backed money? Not a currency, a money. Well, this is what China and the BRICS and all this kind of stuff. And everybody will bitch and whine and moan that, nope, it's not working, you're doing it wrong, and this is how and why we should. Well, right now the headline is, USA begs world to stop dumping bonds. Treasuries lose top reserve status for the first time. Reserve status in where people keep most of their cash, the sovereign funds, the governments, and they got to buy and do and trade and sell and whatever. Usually it was liquid, liquid things like U.S. Treasuries. Well, now gold has topped U.S. Treasuries. It's happening. Right, not later. This is what's going on. And people do not understand. The ECB, the European Central Bank, is not panicking. It is walking calmly toward the exit, selling dollars, building euro liquidity infrastructure, warning about U.S. tech exposure, and documenting a reserve system where gold has now overtaken U.S. Treasuries. What did the U.S. do with the yen carry trade, which is you go to yen and you borrow, invest in bonds, whatever, it's like 1% or something, then you go and borrow U.S. Treasuries that pay 5% to buy a 1% and do whatever, and you're making money. Okay, you don't have to do anything. You're just it's just automatic ATM machine. And there's more details, and I'm not getting that right, but basically that's what it is. It's a hedging of the interest rate on the yen versus the interest rate on the dollar, and it's automatic money. Well, that's going away, and then you have the paper that you have 350 whatever ounces on paper for every ounce you actually have. Well, China just, a month ago said, you know what? We don't have a commodity exchange of paper contract and it's done. You want it? Actual silver. Show me the money. The real money. These are the signs of it collapsing. This is what happens. You get your development and your buckies, and then this happens. I'm just saying. You get old enough, you see these patterns. Here it comes, and it's going to be a big one. So then what do? They got to get control of the food. We go down here, and there's going to be, let's see, good night, young American, teaching liberty to the next generation. We're talking about, being, America and what it was about and why, and that was a Ron Paul thing. Rationing reaches Moscow amid second wave national shortages because Ukraine, and backed by NATO and the U.S. and all that kind of crap, are doing like 600 drones at a time, hitting in Moscow apartments, going after their refineries, their oil. I have been amazed at Putin's restraint. He's got nukes. He's got a bunch of stuff. They're just, hey man, we're just gonna,
Ernie, Putin is doing what our country did during the '80s when we knew in advance that the Iron Curtain was about to collapse, and we just sat back, got the popcorn, and let them do it. Right. And now they're doing the redos. I mean, they're doing their turn. Yep.
Yeah, if your enemy's shooting themselves in the mouth, you just sit back and let them.
Yep.
The only thing that he will probably defend is if there's a ground invasion. if there is actual attempt on the borders. And if they aggress in that way, then they're going to lose all credibility, and we're done. And, yeah, Russia, use your nukes, man, whatever. So this is what Russia and China already know what's going to happen. It's math. It's inevitable. This is not going to go well. So who's in the middle of it? All the people. It's like Game of Thrones. Nobody gives a crap about the people. You're just going to do whatever we want to do because we can do it. So then you have the world reacts to Sam Altman's vision of the future. Well, what's that? I don't know. That we get to track everything. I think Altman is right when he said, this is Kevin Harris on technocracy.news, which is Patrick Wood's thing. Unfortunately, I think Altman is right when he says AI will have perfect context of your whole life, and that it will occur sometime in the next 6 months. AI is not about giving you the answer to your question. It's about a narrative that they want your question to be a mechanism to get you go down a certain path.
Yep.
That became obvious to me a month or two ago. I gave it a chance. I went through, I didn't want what somebody else said. I went through it, and I spent the time with questions. Why did you say that? And that's one thing I liked about, AI. It answered my question. A lot of times it's bullshit, but at least, patience and ask and rephrase, is this what you mean? Yeah, gimme. But it was limiting what they didn't want you to know and what they did, and it was heavily weighted on government reports, government approval, institutionalized whatever, what the banks say, what the mainstream media. And you can influence it by having bots create a viral campaign or whatever, which is why Israel and friends needed TikTok. They come in and said, they sat there and told you. They got videos on Free Phoenix, and they go, it's Bibi saying, we got to dominate the internet and seed it with whatever for the AI to pick up our opinion of whatever, and we rule because we can. Okay, well, duh, but at least they said it. Let's see, we got that, the big thing on the DSA, this Democrat socialist, here they come, and what, and that's another thing I wanted to share. I have a show right before the Trump report, so it's going to be limited in time, and probably if I go more than 90 minutes, it better be freaking and charming, because I'm interviewing a guy that was vice president of the Libertarian National Party, okay? Now,
What years?
Like 24. He was VP candidate for the national race. His name is Mike Termat, T-E-R space M-A-A-T. And he's run for president. He's Politico. He's a retired policeman. He was an economist, and whatever else he says he is, businessman, something, whatever. Well, I get a call from his staff. Like a few weeks ago, right when I was on vacation, look, call me afterwards, mark this date, call me, and we'll work it out. We'll do something. But I go, well, warning, I hate politics. I hate politicians. I don't want, what he's going to do is kind of, man, get ready for the why. Oh, yeah,
Good
no,
luck
yeah.
to him. Good luck.
I go, I'm just warning you, because what is he doing? He was vice president of the Libertarian National Party, that's now running for vice president of the Republican Party. Way I don't give a crap. This is, it's just so, I don't care. So you look up Mike Termat, Mike space T-E-R space M-A-A-T. So I'm going, okay, in the Hill, Libertarian whatever, doesn't matter. And was it VP nominee for run the race or the actual party VP? I don't know. I don't care. So I go, here, all right, fine. Here, Donna, schedule it. Well, she got scheduled for right before the Trump report next Thursday. They think they want to talk to me. But after they talk to me, maybe not so much.
They don't know what they don't know right now. Yep.
I warned them. So I warned you. You know, I just do like the New World Order people. We told you we were going to take over and take your crap, and you let us, so you deserve to be ruled. I mean,
I would tell them to talk to Roger Stone before they come on your show.
Right. You know, so it's going to be like that. Well, I give him his chance and let him have his say. You know, my most recent, a couple months ago, I had this. She was an AI expert, but she was also a politician running for town council in Fountain Hills. Well, I find that out during the show, and I'm like, oh my God, I got to, you know, once you ask a few whys and you find out exactly where their mindset is. Well, we're going to find out. You know, I don't have a problem. You think you're going to win, but if you're going to, you know, do it for what purpose? I mean, what is it, you know, if you're going to compromise, or are you going to demonstrate hardcore libertarian of whatever, while you got Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, you know, Joe Kent, you know, and Massey and whatever, doing their new party, America First, of whatever the hell. I have no idea what the hell they're doing, but if they're going to do it, they better get on it, because of election laws. They're already too late, as far as I'm concerned. So we'll see what happens. It's like Godfather 3. They're going to pull me back in. All you go, Ernie, but you need to go. Nope. You're talking to the wrong guy at the wrong guy. Don't give a shit. Yeah, but like, all right, fine. You want to come on, but get ready, because here it comes. You know, and they're like, okay, you know, whatever, you know, you asked for it. 8 examples that demonstrate that the Islamization of America is steadily progressing. Now, this is the cultural thing that, you know, you keep going on about. My thing is, I don't care as individuals. Everybody wants to collectivize and group people. You know, the culture of guy, I don't give individual. You know, you say, you know, you sign here, sign up for, and I'd be, you know, free market capital of the purpose of government defense individual. I'm there, and I go to mosque. Fine, pull, cool, paste, done. But that's not what's happening. This is an invasion. This is intentional. This is, you know, supported by USAID, non-governmental organizations, having, you know, Soros money, of the whatever, how best to eat out the substance of what America is about. And it is based on the concept of you own yourself. You're not part of a collective with the dictator, some mullah says whatever. This was the criticism that they had of JFK. Well, who's your boss? The U.S. Constitution or the Pope? The Vatican? These are legitimate concerns. Well, you know, hopefully it's going to be phrased in that way, and it's just now starting to get, is Islam compatible with the United States Constitution and Bill of Rights? Probably not. You know, I was asking that question, you know, over the last few weeks. A lot of people, you know, because, you know, Phranq's in their culture and on my shoulder in my ear yelling at me. So I'm just going, all right, the cultural thing. One of the pastors that's up there is very influential and whatever, I know I've had on the show, and, you know, so I've got a lot of ties up there. But I'm like, okay, well, what do you say your problem is? Because they're Muslim? Or is that Islam is not compatible with American ideals, which are not necessarily, they're probably Christian, you know, but that's not really the point. What Christianity is about is an individual relationship, regardless of church or denomination or whatever, with Jesus Christ as the path and the way, and what would Jesus do, conduit to the Almighty. Okay? I own me. The philosophy of liberty, self-ownership. I have the right to choose, free will, all this kind of stuff, which is not an option in Islam. Now, it may be different sects or whatever, but they have weaponized it. They bring it up, and where does that come from? The Wahhabi super strict of the whatever that was done by the CIA. This has been planned. This was, you know, you start going on ISIS, CIA, you know, then you start to find out that a lot of the stuff that's going on, that's being done, a lot of it, is NATO. NATO's the one being funded. NATO's got an army. NATO's got all these countries. NATO's been doing the surveillance. NATO's in support of the whatever. It's a NATO thing. So when Trump comes out and says, you know, we got stories going up today. Yeah, we're going out of NATO. We don't like NATO anymore. NATO bad. Well, they go, oh, wait. We make a deal. He goes, nah, I'm just going to take Greenland. You guys can suck it. So, it's, where is Trump and all that? He don't know. He's just doing whatever the hell, I don't know, so he can get on Mount Rushmore. So I have no idea. Make America great again, whatever the hell that means. But then we hit $40 trillion. Treasury enters the end game. It took the U.S. 200 years to reach its first $1 trillion in debt. It took 95 days to add its last trillion. This is what's triggering a lot of what's going on now. Let's take a look at the top where we got our gold thing. What is it? Yep. Gold's at 4,500. It's like down $4 now from its high. Bitcoin, it broke, is almost $72,000 now. Whoa, okay, well, there's that, and people weren't expecting that. And silver, it was up almost $3 today, and now it's still over $1. It's at $57.98. 67. So $68. What was it, a couple weeks ago? It was like $57. I bought another $1,200 in silver when it was $55 something. With the premium and everything, I paid under $60, because I knew it was just I had that extra money if I got my Social Security check, and I go, what's my Social Security check for? For my Social Security. By buying some more silver. That's what it's for, okay? So this is what's going on. All of a sudden, $10 more in the last few weeks on silver. Why? Got $40 trillion thing. I'm telling you, we're in the debt spiral of this economy, and we have problems with food. The farmers are going. We got a bunch of stories on that too. Gold confiscation risk rising as U.S. activates emergency powers. In 1933, they go, no, they would never do that. They can't do that. How would they do it? Because they can, and they would, and you're doing it wrong. This is why they wanted you to have, do you or do you not know how to spell crypto on your IRS form? Have you or ever done yes or no? You answer no, you're a lying sack of crap doing on false reporting of the whatever. Then that's who they go check on. Well, let's see. Do we got Ernie on some exchange or did it kind of? You got to get out of it. Where do they show that I bought gold or silver or other than listen to the show? They're going, yeah, pony up. We think that you did this. We saw a check cleared for that. We get, we know, and gimme. And what are you going to do about it? Then we had the story about Fauci advisor pleads guilty to COVID cover-up and whatever, and see where that goes. Yeah, Fauci's not doing well. He's kind of, handshaking. We'll see what happens there. The U.S. faces an historic cattle shortage as the size of the U.S. herd shrinks to the smallest since 1951. They're going after, it's protein and calories and whatever. I'm telling you, here it comes. Here it comes. And we got a bunch. There's it's going up later today. It's called Truth Stream Media. They do really great videos and so on. They became famous from doing The Minds of Men. It was a MK Ultra thing that's really held up over the decade or more. Of them doing it was how they're doing mind control and whatever, and how it relates to now and all that kind of stuff. But they do a bunch of stuff like that. A lot of really good videos. Well, the one that they just putting out, they're doing another one called Luminosity or something. It's been months and months, and Patreon's paying for them doing the all-powerful drop this thing and change the universe kind of video that they're known for. But in the meantime, the wife kind of does regular ones every few weeks or something. Well, the one that they have out now is how much more toxic crap can they put in our food? It's just listing all the crap. That's me going around toxic waste, toxic waste, toxic waste.
Well, the thing is that it's all at Buc-ee's right now.
Damn, on the freaking ingredients list. I'm just saying, Breaking World War III update. Israel blows up negotiation envoys from Turkey that were meeting with Syrian officials in an attempt to prevent Syria from entering the nuclear umbrella defense alliance of Pakistan, Turkey, and Saudi Arabia. Pakistan, Turkey, and Saudi Arabia created their own little Mideast, we're not NATO thing. You know, you attack one of us, we all come to the defense of, we're not playing your freaking game, here we go. Turkey has nukes, Pakistan has nukes, you know, Saudi Arabia probably doesn't, but they can afford them and get a discount dozen at a time. So this is, you know, here we go. Well, what happens? Israel just blowing up, you know, peace negotiations or, you know, meetings or what. I mean, Israel, I don't know how the hell they're, you know, maintain. Man, that's just craziness. We'll see what happens. Breaking, a massive global food supply crisis could start next year because of fertilizer. Here we go. This is J.P. Morgan making this stuff. Then we get into, here comes QE light, yields, dollar tumble, gold spikes after Treasury unexpectedly, you know, doubles down on whatever the hell promoting treasuries have got. It's all happening, right? That's why I say it won't happen all at once, but it will happen overnight. Well, Monday's coming. I mean, it's going to be, all of a sudden, it's Monday. They're going to do some Friday afternoon drop of kind of whatever the hell media, and then Sunday they'll bomb something in some mushroom cloud somewhere to obfuscate, and, you know, 9/11 happens because, you know, September 11th, but the day before on September 10th, you know, was it Rumsfeld came out and said, yeah, we're missing trillions of dollars in the budget, and nobody looks anymore. This is what's going on. So then what do we have? Tim Pool to fight Alex Jones in a knockdown drag out of who's bought by Israel, kind of whatever, and I don't care. You know, this is on and on and on. Just go to Freedom's Phoenix. And you look at it now because it's going to be by like 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon, there's going to be a bunch more of this crap that I've sent staff and, you know, put up. I'm going, it's happening right, not later. All right,
so I know. Look, I know you don't want to get into the minutia of, you know, Alex Jones thing and Candace and all of this other stuff, but Tucker and Ben Shapiro and all. But just, you have any quick comment about what this means to you? Just the breakdown and
same old shit. Yeah, I don't care. You know, this. I watched the Candace thing. You know, they're going on about Candace this and clips of this and that, whatever. And I'm like, I was out tractoring, and I go, all right, you know, I'll you know, where do you find this thing? It was hard for me to. It was a Pat Davis, yeah, Pat Davis thing. So this guy, I don't know what the 300,000 was about. I mean, I have no idea. So anyway, there's some podcaster. It's like Candace is full of shit, and Candace is going Turning Point USA and Israel. They're all full of shit, and this is what happened. And I know Charlie, and we're buds, and this and Captain whatever, and they need to be out into something. Well, Tyler Robinson, the kid that's posted, she's like, you know, it's really a lot of evidence is, you know, there's something else was going on. And there was a lot of something else going on. I need to get all the detail. But what they wanted to do is discredit Candace. You know, will you come on that you debate? Yeah, let's do it. It's rock and roll. And it was just, there was a 4-hour thing. Now, they had breaks in there and so on. So it was at least 3.5 hours or whatever. I got to like 2.5 hours, and, you know, I get it. It was just repetitive over and over and over. They're going, well, you said in Israel, God, what's your proof? What's your proof? What's your proof? Well, it's my opinion. What's your proof? Well, you know, overwhelming proof convinced me is, you know, this or that. Well, they were just beating each other up on, well, that's not proof. That's just conjecture. You're just making it, you know, based on narrative of whatever. So it was ouch, quit it, back and forth, 2 hours. And I'm like, I'm good. I get it. I'm done. Next. Well, they're going to have a trial. They'll go through the trial. It's a JFK conspiracy thing with the internet, with receipts, with research, and this is not going away. And the bottom line is, how complicit is politics, is Israel, is Turning Point being used as a mechanism to get support for Israel and more money of whatever. The biggest thing that really got me, there's a lot of detail, was it really, you know, it's a 30-06. I'm like, oh, shit, it was. They're trying to, I got a 30-06. 30-06 it's going to take your head off. I mean, I don't know what the hell they're talking. Anyway, we'll find out and get all.
Look. I will say that it's even more meta of what this is. I agree with everything you're talking about, and of course, I could get into all the details, which I know Ernie would slit his wrists. I know he'd slit your wrists if we did, because Candace, to her credit's done a lot. And the only thing I'll say about the details is that Candace is this whole thing of Candace is an example of where I think whatever's left of our legal system is going to go in the future. People are saying like what if the internet and crowdsourcing was around during JFK or during 9/11, when suddenly, when the government line is X and you had nowhere else to go to get information. It was just, Newsweek said whatever, Fox and CNN just all parroted the same stuff, and that's kind of as far as you could take it. I mean, some of us diehard libertarians that go to the library and some international journals, and some of us were sleuths on our own, but there was no real way to harness that information, really. But this Candace case is showing where the future of this is that when there's no trust to the system, and Kash Patel comes out and says within a couple of days, well, nothing to see here, and they steam cleaned the car and then sold the van that Charlie Kirk was driven. I mean, when all this
came up,
it's just like 9/11. It's the same stuff. Where Waco,
9/11,
knock it down. Shit. Yeah, every single time, and it's gone. Well, now it's like the people finally have a voice where now you've got millions of people, each with their own little area of expertise, people who can figure things out. I know you haven't done this, and you really should, but that whole Lego story that I know you just roll your eyes at.
No, I got enough of it.
Well, yeah, but you got to watch the whole thing. It is fascinating.
No, I don't.
Honestly, I think you'd love it. I think you would. But
I got it, man. I got it.
No, it's not just that. It's the journey.
Anyway.
It's almost like a show. But the thing is watching like when he was doing his deal, there was people in his audience who were hackers who were able to get into the police station. I'm not saying it's illegal, blah, blah, blah. I'm just saying people somehow were able to extract the video that the police department said, we lost, we can't find it. And they refused to release the police footage. And then somehow it was released, and suddenly that forced the police department to change and got them on the hook and blah, blah, blah. So this is going to be happening with more and more trials. But I will say on the meta game, though, of what the Andrew Wilson, who completely is a troll. I've despised that guy. First time I heard about him 2 years ago. He's just a arrogant and whatever. But regardless about the Charlie Kirk thing, regardless about all of this, it really what that trial or what that debate was about. And it's not a coincidence it came out during the Tal Robinson trial right now. You would think that this debate would have been before or afterwards. Oh, no.
It's not a trial. They're just a preliminary. This is a hearing.
Well,
yeah. Not a trial yet.
Right now, I know. It's a preliminary hearing. But still, people are all starting to it's starting, right? And people are starting to find their footing in this case about where they land. And this is the first time information's now coming out. And probably the prosecution side or the government side maybe thought this whole thing was going to go away by now, and the interest would have gone away. They didn't expect, Candace Owens being a really good friend and having the podcast and having the handcuffs offer after Daily Wire, blah, blah, blah. I'm sure they had no clue it was going to turn into this. Because, again, this is the first time we're seeing a crowdsourcing, pulling together for justice to this scale. No, it's never been done before. So I think now they thought it would have gone away, and it hasn't. Her ratings are through the roof. So they're trying to put a wet blanket on it, and they turn around, they pay Andrew Wilson, who, if you don't know, was hired by Turning Point to be their debate coach to teach them debate skills, right? The guy who just failed in front of everybody. Then he shows up mysteriously with $300,000 for the so-called debate, which I'm sure he's not going to be, if he really cared about his money, he would have, studied more for it.
What was the $300,000 for? I didn't know what the hell that was about.
It was to entice Candace to agree to the debate. He
paid her $300,000?
Yeah, he paid her in order to debate. So
I'll do it for $100,000. Gimme.
So he could just finally shut her up, supposedly, and get Turning Points or the government, however you look at this.
How did that number come up? The Candace go, yeah, I'll do it. Give me $300,000.
No, because Andrew Wilson, this whole thing has been planned out. So Andrew Wilson is already a troll anyway. He He gets invited by Turning Point to be their debate coach, to teach them these new skills with a Turning Point, by the way, that's getting a lot of money and has changed towards Israel. Remember, Charlie Kirk was not in favor of Israel. He was already turning from them, coincidentally, right before he got killed.
This is what the whole thing is about. Is him saying, no, I'm out. And they had to get rid of that crap.
Right. I mean, he was inviting Tucker Carlson to come back to the Turning Point thing here in Phoenix. And he got all this flack from the Israeli crowd saying, you can't have him. And Charlie's like, yes. And on top of that, Charlie Kirk said, of course, Tucker will never be invited back. And Candace, his best friend, won't be invited back. So there's a change. Also, Turning Point has changed its whole ideology to support Israel, whereas Charlie Kirk was screaming to Trump, don't do this because I can't defend this to all the youth when I'm out on the front lines. Also, Charlie Kirk sat there and said publicly his favorite member of Congress, not just the House or Senate, the favorite member of Congress is Thomas Massey. He publicly said that over and over, and now Turning Point was part of the bashing team attacking Thomas Massey along with the Israeli money, right? So, I mean, like every single thing is backwards, upside down from where it was, and all of this adds credence to what is going on with Turning Point and where did they get this money?
I want to get a macro look at this so we can go on to the next
right. So the macro.
Right. Hurry up.
The macro part, though, is that I think what Andrew Wilson's being used as, aside from you can say a stooge for Turning Point, for Israel, whatever, is that what the argument of that whole debate was what's wrong with you, Candace, and your audience? Do you not trust the system? I know this is kind of a joke to all of you listening right now, but that's really what it was. It's kind of like one of the last Hail Marys of the system saying, well, the government, look, it's not just the government, it's common sense. Look, would our government lie to this level?
It was a public gaslighting attempt of her and her audience. Why are you believing her?
Right, but
and
it's not just her.
Her audience has listened to everything in context, and it was, it really came up. Now, then what do I see? Then I start seeing, the reason I even looked at it was because they go, so-and-so wiped the floor with her mainstream media on, whatever conservative, feeds that I see kind of, and Candace got the shit kicked out of her or what. I go, all right, well, I know that's bullshit, so let's go see what's up. So I watched, I go, I get it.
Yeah, but it's not just.
Let me finish.
It's not just her audience. It's not just her audience. I think her audience is already in her camp. I think it's everyone else new that's chiming in, like you. I mean, not you, but people who've just heard about it. It's like the highest rated, podcast all year, and people are chime in, and it's kind of like, well, what's wrong with you? This is what they've said. So Wilson's view is, well, if that's what the case is, how could you go against it? And Candace is, of course, making the opposite side, saying, well, look, if you're believing yours, why can't we believe ours? I mean, what makes the government's view any more superior than the people's? And this is what it comes down to, the people versus the man. It's like it's right there set up, and that's the breakdown. That's really what this is.
All right. This is the point that I wanted to make with that. Just like with, Grok and selective and medical and whatever and so on, and it explains during the impeachment stuff of Trump and all of this stuff that was coming out and, the Russia Gate, whatever bullshit was bullshit, and, all this crap that now they're finding out that it was, and they made it up, and the FBI and CIA, and yada, 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 it's all broken. At the time, you remember when Adam Schiff and Pelosi came out and they're, standing next to each other with all the press cameras and say this about that, and it was all BS. And I'm going, this is known BS. Why would they even say that? That's just stupid. Because they were seeding the AI. They were seeding the internet. They were making sure mainstream media stories that are heavily weighted by AI as the first go-to, well, it must be one, Congressman this, Speaker of the House that, said this on MSNBC of kind of where we're at. That's the narrative. There, you got it. Ask me a question about it. Grok and ChatGPT and Open whatever will tell you all about it. They were seeding it. You could see it. It was just like 1984. It was Memory Hole. It was change the lead, change the lead, change the lead. Go watch Wag the Dog with Robert De Niro and Dennis Leary and Willie Nelson and Dustin Hoffman. And it was a great, and Keisha. I mean, this was a great movie to show you this is exactly what they're doing. So you could see that this whole issue was that. They were seeding the argument, for everybody to get, and that's your search engine will bring up AI, whatever. It's all bullshit. So then you get into narrative control. This is what this Andrew guy, whatever, was doing, gaslighting of her. What you find out is that this was just a hearing. So what does the prosecution, the government, the FBI, and all this kind of stuff, what do they get into? What are they doing? All the BS that they're doing, a lot of the stuff that's challenged, a lot of the stuff that, like there was dust in the gun barrel. I mean, it wasn't even fired. Was it fired? It was just all this stuff. None of this comes out. They are at this hearing, which is, preponderance of the evidence is not the same as beyond a reasonable doubt. And that at this hearing, a bunch of other stuff, hearsay, the whole thing was hearsay. That's what the point that they were making, is that the Utah Rule 80, whatever the hell it is that in the hearing, or whether there should be a trial or whatever, you can bring up just about anything. Whatever so-and-so said, and I read it on the toilet, stall wall of somebody, whatever, all kinds of BS that you can bring in. That's what the government's doing. They're trying this case in the media. They're trying it with the Andrew guys. They're trying it, but what happens? Candace and friends and other people that are covering this are in the courtroom. They're watching the feed. They're sitting there analyzing this and going through and explaining to their audience and the internet, everybody gives a crap, live, like with the Warren Report and the JFK crap and everything with the internet.
OJ trial.
The OJ trial. Now they got the internet, and you're going, this is what I think about this. Right? It was getting out of Israel's control. They are like, whoa, or whoever they, them, those. They're like, whoa, hell no, we need to nip this. We need to counter this. We need to gaslight. That was worth easy $300,000 to get Candace to come sit up there so they can slap her around. Well, why do you say that? How does that lead to this? Why would you think that? Why would and she'd answer the question, or they wouldn't let her answer the question. It was just all this debate tactic, whatever he's teaching, TPUSA crap and so on. And it became obvious that it was a gaslighting effort. It was to try and diminish this and use hearsay evidence to try and be real evidence that none of that crap is going to make it into the trial. And when you go into the trial, it's going to be some basic fundamental stuff that they are not answering. I didn't even listen long enough to even get into a lot of stuff because I know probably more than most.
Well, Ernie, this is not necessarily into the details too much, but you missed the finale, which is where it all crescendoed. Is that Israel, if they paid $300,000 for narrative control, it backfired brilliantly, and it's not just because I'm just trying to be too biased about it.
Because they're sociopaths, they can't understand.
Well, even the pro-Zionist people were putting their head down or slapping their head, forehead, going, "Oh God." Because this guy, not only is he unlikable, but you missed the end where suddenly they had a debate about, can you name the charges against Tyler Robinson? And the guy who posted the money, Andrew, who thought that he could be thrown around Candace, that she's just, that she's dreaming up this stuff. He could not name one charge. He claimed he could. He was caught lying. And Candace, it's just for what and giggles, Ernie, you should watch that clip. It's like 5 minutes long, and it's worth every moment because she knows she has them. And he's trying to rush her because he knows he got caught. And she slows down. And as one commentator said, she basically got him in like in lead shoes and gutted him, like slid over his got
him in an arm bar on the mat.
Right. And his intestines were coming out, and she kept him alive so she could watch the entrails come out. And that's kind of really what she
But did. That's not what the headlines that they're allowing to be out.
Well, no, of course they are. I mean, I can't, like I said, even the Zionists and podcasts are all safe. Put it this way. The people who are pro-Candace are saying she demolished them, obviously. But the people on the Zionist side, even Ben Shapiro, the best thing he was able to say was, well, both of them came out losers, right? Because that's the best he could, because he couldn't admit that his guy won because it was so blatant by the end. He got pummeled, destroyed, and his rep is out the window. But that 300,000, they did. I mean, they should not even have entered in this. It completely backfired for what it's worth. But you
well,
missed
I'm just
it.
glad that it went to Candace. You know, it wasn't for charity or some bullshit like that. No, give me the money. I'll do it. You know? All right. So this goes into the whole main thing. One, the justice system's bullshit. Okay? The FBI is bullshit. The government bullshit. It's all bullshit. So that was clear. So then you have what is actually going to go to trial, what's going to be, determined, and what's their timeline? The midterms. Midterms, you start getting all Candace whipping ass and we don't like Israel, whatever, we better get on that election fraud stuff, man, because damn. So, but then the Republicans are just shooting themselves in the foot and being stupid. I mean, it's just, it doesn't matter and I don't care. But, here we have, where's AI come in to be an asset? Well, archives this stuff, but garbage in, garbage out. There's two things I wanted to mention before we get on the other stuff. Equibit was it's kind of like what Patrick Byrne was doing, creating a mechanism that none of this 3-day settlement of trades and so on, so you get this naked short selling thing or whatever, and he created a thing called T0, which was the transaction was the settlement, immediately sell, where he opened it up on NASDAQ and did whatever. Well, in Canada, there was a similar effort, a guy that created, it was called Equibit. Well, the Canadian government and the intelligence and military intelligence, and they went after him big time. So he goes, okay, fine. He sues them. He goes out of country. He finds a small, Dr. Evil Island, whatever the hell he's doing, and he came on the show. His name's Henniker, I think. And he came on the show because I've known about this, and people really wanted me to have him on. So he came on, and we did the full thing. I want to hear all about it. So he went through this whole process of what's going on. Well, this is going to change a lot of things as this all comes out. Will it be before or after the midterm? Is it before or after the economic collapse in Canada? Is it going to expose? Well, does he use AI a little bit? But then we get to Aaron Day. Aaron Day is a free stater in New Hampshire, the Free State Project. He's a big advocate I'm working with on the Xano cryptocurrency, privacy coin, kind of working with him on that. Roger Ver is, a big proponent of, and, we're friends in rock and roll and whatnot. Well, what did he do? About a decade ago, he ran for U.S. Senate or something and threw it to the Democrat and the Republicans being dicks, and he's out, and they know from experience that if he gets in the United States Senate race in New Hampshire, because it's like 50-50 of, which way is it going to go? Because if the Democrats get the House, they're going to impeach Trump. Impeachment is just, we send these charges and he's a butthead and crimes, misdemeanors and treason and he's a bad guy. Go to Senate and try him. Well, they impeached him before. They went to Senate and they go, we're not doing it, and, not guilty, whatever. It's just a game. Well, if the Republicans don't control the Senate, and maybe even if they do, don't control the Senate this time, there's going to be a trial. Whoa, then we're going to get somewhere. So the Republicans do not want to lose control of the Senate. Well, Mitch McConnell dies, you got this guy and this woman going, whatever. It's up for grabs. So Aaron Day was very incensed by a few things. One, no more wars in the Middle East and Trump doing war. Oh, you piss me off. The crypto wars are over. We're not going after crypto. Well, the only crypto guys that they go are the ones that are doing privacy coins, the ones that are, eliminating entire industries because you don't need them. You got a permanent ledger that's encrypted, blah, 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 blah. Those don't like it. FBI. Well, we got a bunch of Ian Freeman. Roger Ver had to pay $40 million even though he hasn't been a U.S. citizen for over a decade, and they come after him, arrested him in Spain, and are renewed of, you've been telling everybody what's going on and how, and you wrote the book Hijacking Bitcoin, and we did a show 2-3 weeks after he did the show here, they arrest him in Spain. And the final settlement was, one, you don't get to say shit. You can't talk. You got gag order on you, whether it's written down or not, just explain it to you until Trump's out of office. Oh, and by the way, $40 million fork it over. So that's where that ends. Aaron, a bunch of guys that he knows and personal friends and so on, falling like dominoes. Anybody who's doing privacy stuff and so on, nope. We definitely want to make sure everybody knows you're not allowed to do that. Arrested. Put in jail. So he goes, all right. War on crypto's over? No, it's not. I was there when J.D. Vance was speaking last August, a year ago in Vegas, and you got J.D. Vance up there and the Trump administration saying, Michael Saylor, sell your grandchildren so you can buy more Bitcoin, of blah, 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 and then it goes, half. So I'm sitting there watching this out. Well, so was Aaron. Aaron goes, I already done this before. We're going to do it again. I'm going to go ahead and run for United States Senate as an independent, I think, in New Hampshire, and I guarantee the Republican is not going to. Who is it? I think it's Sununu, which used to be governor, and the Sununu, name of the legacy of, and Republican of whatever. So because of the rise of the left and all this kind of stuff, you start pulling votes away from the Republican. Aaron Day gets in there and gets creative. They're done. Well, they try to keep him off the ballot. So they go, oh, no, you don't qualify, you can't, you're not allowed, and kind of because, T-cross, dotted I, something, some BS that they're trying to make up. Because they got a bunch of complicated laws where he knows he did it before. He follows it through. So he files suit. He goes through, he wins. He used AI. Because he has like 60-something AI agents that he has for all kinds of crap that he does. And he's like, I gotta get this, change the scene up here. He's got all these agents doing different things for different, he spends more time training the agents, the AI local LLMs that he's got on his data and so on. But in his show, the Aaron Day show, he creates awesome commercials, just like this Spencer What's-His-Face was doing in L.A. So he has these great videos, these great music videos, these great using AI, pumping out this stuff, and they're Phranq. Oh my God. So they go after him, try to get him off, file a suit, some more. So then he uses AI to help him write all this stuff. Well, he knows enough not to believe everything, so he does a lot of the research. He puts it in there, beat the crap out of him. Boom, done. Now what? Well, it's a recommendation of the committee of the whatever and so on, and eventually it's like sending it back from an appeal down to the lower court. Okay, you got to fix this. Well, will they fix it? Will they drag it out? Is he still going to wait and see if he gets all this? Because you got to get 5,000 signatures or 3,000 or whatever to, in each county. So he's going through the process. He's a smart guy. This one race from someone they pissed off because they went into a Middle East war. They didn't end the crypto war. They're going after the privacy crypto blockchain people. You pissed off one guy, and he's using AI to kick the shit out of him. Will they allow it? I have no idea. I doubt it. But we're going to follow it, and we're going to see what happens. So this is the credibility, the future. I keep saying this. The future is about credibility. Who do you believe? Who do you trust? Is it Dan Rather, Tom Brokaw, Gary Jennings, late night evening news of the same 5 stories in the same order at prime time dinner? Kind of go explain it to you. Not anymore. And the generation in 2003, when I first started doing radio out of Scottsdale here, I had for 3-4 years. I was on Terran Radio, and I went internet. When I first started, there was a study that was done that for the first time, more teenagers were spending time on their computer than they were in front of their television sets. Whoa, that was a good data point. I could see, yep, they're losing an entire generation, then another generation, and another generation. Decades will go by, and you will have less and less time in front of broadcast centralized, this is what we want news. The narrative control. They lost it. So then they have to go to the internet. You knew that was going to happen. And it was more manifested when it started going broadband about, 06, 07. You probably more than half the people had more broadband, probably like 7, 8 around in there. What happened then? The Ron Paul revolution. So here you have access to all this information. They hadn't quite got, the timeline on your Facebook of get the control and see, and we needed a emoticon of this story make you happy or sad, or kind of help us, help you, help us, because we need to know, and if you're not in control, you're out of control kind of crap. And where are we now? The generation of my grandkids now becoming teenagers spend less time on social media than they have a couple of years ago. It's trending the other way. Now, I don't know what it is for other demographics or whatever, but you're starting to see what I saw in 03. They were shifting from broadcast news of, where BS was going on there, and to the internet, where they were finding their own audience, their own, creators, their own. When did we start on the internet? In 03. We had it, MP3s on and kind of, and then it got Freedom's Phoenix started in October of 05. Well, who were those our subscribers? People that had my update Ernest Hancock through the 90s. They were using emails to do that. That, went in there. We had the Lovolution. All of a sudden, boom, it's 100, 200,000 people signed up. Half of them are bots, .mil of crap. We purge everything. Purge, down to 80,000. Purge, down to 30,000. Purge. But then it starts going up again. Of who? The people that care, that knew, uncovering the secrets and exposing the lies. And I was there was one woman we were visiting up there. It was the spouse of one of the guys. And, of course, she was liberal. She was kind of, but what about? And I go, I just want you to know, I've had these conversations a zillion times. I got an answer. And all the people here, oh, my God, Ernie's going to give you the answer. And I'm just like, I just trying to be nice, and explain, how things work and so on. Well, the whole thing is credibility. Who do you believe? Well, the government says, NBC said, this guy, on CNN, and I'm like, well, there's your first problem right there. But I can't convince you, don't listen to them. You got to look at some basic fundamental things. And then later, when you find out they lied to you, then why do you believe them again? Because it was on TV? Must be true. I saw it on TV. Wag the dog. Well, it rolls over. Saw it on TV. So this is why I say the future is about credibility. And you have to finally get to a point to where you have some basic, fundamental truths and principles that you can measure everything by. Well, does it violate the life, liberty, and property of a human being? Veto. Next. Can't do that. It's our system. Yeah, but the mullah says what it... Well, see, there's your problem. Well, they were going, well, how do you know the truth? What's the truth? He already doesn't know the truth anymore than anybody else. And I go, you're right. But I can prove a lie. Uncovering the secrets, exposing the lies. Well, what's the truth? I don't know. I can tell you one thing. It's not a lie. They're promoting the lies. The narrative of the lie. The encouragement of the lie. The crafting of the lie. The narrative is a lie. All I have to do is I put up on Freedom's Phoenix, I'll put up whatever the hell they want. It's a YouTube thing. It was, CNBC says this, CNN says that. I don't give a crap. It just tells you what all the crap is. Now, of course, I have a comment or that's why it was important for me to have a site that had the graphic. When we first started in 05, it was just starting to get heavy broadband. And webmasters going, look, most of the people can't even load this page. it's got too many graphics on it. It's too slow. You're going to go, nope, we're not building this for now. We're building this for the future. My editorial comment, I don't change the title. You know, it's like you go to LouRockwell.com, a lot of times they have, you know, referencing an article. They'll change that's their editorial comment. They'll change the headline. I go, nope, I'm not changing the headline. Same headline, summary from the text, where it came from, who said it, what the date was, but I get to pick the graphic. This is what I think about it. So that's my editorial, is the graphic. So as time goes on, and you start going through all of this information, everything, uncover the secrets and exposing the bullshit. When you do that, what's left over? Oh, hopefully the truth's in there somewhere, you know? But if you use principle, if you use history, that's why open source education.online, where we have, you know, for Corbett stuff, that's why we did that. I go, man, I need people to be able to go and see all this stuff that they don't want you to know. Century of Slaving about the Federal Reserve, boom, you're deplatformed off of YouTube and you're so freaking not allowed. You want to know what's going on? In all of these categories, you go in there and you watch the selected documentaries of whatever, boom. Like history, you know, these right here, you watch these right here, the World War I conspiracy, which is World War II, same thing. You know, false flags, a secret history of Al-Qaeda. History is written by the winners. How and why big oil conquered the world. There are 2 videos there. Truth at Last, the assassination of Martin Luther King. I mean, you go through history, you see all the overlapping crap of what was being done and why. That's why I do this. This is so obvious what's going on. It's about the narrative. And when you find out that AI is being used to help craft a narrative that has the capability of making it individual arguments to convince 8 billion individual minds on this planet to direct them to over there. Totally avoiding anything that competes with that. History, fundamental stuff that we think, you know, hell, how the pyramids were built, why they were built, what they do, how, you know, the human history going back hundreds of whatever, of nope, can't do that because then it exposed to whatever land, whatever the crap. It doesn't matter. So do I know the truth? And, you know, it's kind of, you know, dawn's breaking over there. You know, it's like it's the darkest before the dawn, and the dawn starts, and you're looking at the horizon. There's no moon. It's dark and it's a little bit light. It's over there. The truth of the sun pops up over the horizon. It's going to be not behind me. It's over there. And then it gets more and more clear of where it's going to be. But boom, there it is. There's the truth. And you know what it isn't? It's not a lie. And we are saturated by lies. Uncovering the secrets, exposing the lies. That's why I do it this way. Phranq. You're muted, Phranq.
Yeah, no, I get all that. It's the meta thing going on. I want to just comment on one of your news items earlier, but before I do, I had a news item come up that echoes one of your other Freedom's Phoenix issues, which is about tracking gold from the government. One of the things that came up on my news feed, and I don't know how true this is, it's actually from your buddy, your Asian AI guy that you always love. So he or one of them is back.
Yeah, which one? Yeah.
I know. Yeah, I know which one. They're all like clones. But anyway, they're saying, if you've heard this, the IRS is now tracking home safe purchases. So if they can't find out where your gold is exactly, I mean, I don't know, true. According to this, if you buy a safe, the IRS is informed that you own a safe. Have you heard anything about that?
Of course they are tracking everything, especially if you did a credit card. This is what they did in 33. They had, at the bank, they had to go with you to look at your safety deposit box. I mean, you know, I want to slap people around. What do you think's going to happen?
Well, I'm just asking if this is something new about specifically about safes and IRS getting involved with assumption that if you have a safe, then there's something there. Anyway, and you had something on Freedom's Phoenix. It was linked to a video. I didn't get to watch it, but I'm seeing more and more of these things pop up about people being forced to report medals or something. Is that how much of that?
It's been like a decade they changed that.
Yeah.
You had to, our friends, they,
Well, what changes they made?
If you don't report, it's $10,000 a day or some crap like that. I mean, it was definitely big time threat. And this is why a lot of the Swiss banks and banks accounts and whatever, they got the pressure of what it used to be that, we don't know, we don't care, you show up, know the right path, it's yours, and we don't care. Now it's like, oh, no. We need to have control of. And the sanctions that they're doing and taking the money from like Russia and so on this is how they did it. They're going, yep, we know, and it's not there anymore. And they go, oh, yeah? Well, we're selling all the U.S. treasuries. We're going to gold-backed currency, and we're using the BRICS payment system of the unit, whatever, and suck it, and we are screwed. And the fact that they did it in the first Trump administration, he doesn't get the second. There's just enough time for him to really bone him in the butt. In the second one, who's going to get the blame? Nah. Then what do we have? A few days ago, last week or something, Rand Paul went to Fort Knox. Yep, saw it. Got the gold's all there. It's all good, man. I'm going, are you stupid or something?
No, what I'm saying is it just seems like there's new I don't know if it's true, but it seems like there's new regulations or something new going on about this. I'm just hearing peppered every few days. That seems like there's something new or new tightening the screws, which, if nothing else, gives a sense of where the economy is or where the government is. And like you said, they're looking for piles of money. But if they're changing the rules now or adding new rules that weren't already on the books from prior, that's what I was bringing up. Anyway,
let's ask Grok something. I want to ask Grok something.
Yeah.
All right. In 1933, gold confiscation, what was the percentage of people that had gold that you can best determine that complied, and the percentage of those that didn't?
Are you the one asking?
The best.
Yeah,
it's reading it. The best estimates come from economists Milton Friedman and Anna Schwartz. They concluded that Americans turned in about 20 to 25% of the gold held in private hands. Other analysis, like those from SD Bullion, put the surrendered amount around 27%. This means roughly 73 to 80% of the gold was not turned in. So it's going to be more or less this time, probably less. Where are the safes?
Right.
And you think that percentage is going to go up? Seriously? And keep in mind, at the time, gold was locked in at $25, I think.
Yeah.
$20 gold piece. It was $20 or $25 or something like that.
And after they turned it in, it was like 39 or something like that.
Yeah, no, they just doubled it almost. And it's worth more now. And the gold in Fort Knox right now is priced at what? Do you know?
$42.
42 point something dollars. Well, they're going to have to revalue it to what? It's going to have to be at least like 30 something $1,000. Man, there is a club and we ain't in it. So there's no safe harbor. There's no safe anything. There's occupy the land. There is be self-sufficient. Have a community. Then you got to be able to defend it. Now they go, hey, there's some food over there. Let's go over there. Well, I'm out far enough. There'll be beef jerky before they make it here. If they, unless they got money for gas. But this is so obvious what's happening right now, and it's not doom and gloom, doom scrolling or whatever. This is just neon flashing duh. So what is it that we have to look forward to? Abundance. After we get through the ashes and Freedom's Phoenix rises, it's my grandkids. This is what I'm building, what I'm doing, what I'm saying, what I put my credibility on, what I strive for, and everything is for the future of my. It's like It's like House Hancock, Game of Thrones. You know what? I'm going House Hancock doesn't have a throne. How about that? I'm not worried about it. You going to come after my non-existent throne and out in the dirt? I mean, really? That's your goal? But what do? Same thing they do to Candace. They got to shut them up. They got to shut up to what. So then I see this. Okay, I'll let little behind the scenes stuff for the audience. I always say I don't care. Metrics, don't care. How many, don't care. How many subscribers, don't care. Don't promote it, don't push it, don't care. Because that's how they control you. It goes up, it goes down. The revenue from this you get, and the buy, whatever, the traffic of whatever. So don't care. Now, on Epic, or hosting thing, Drew, he's all into this. He's taken computer science at U of A and University of Arizona, and he's all in, and I can do. And Ernie, you give me a little bit here, and I'll get your search engine optimization Google number to go up, and it'll be great and wonderful, go up. Well, I remember when they first started doing that. It was just another control mechanism. And I'm going, nope, don't care. If you want to get me, we do a campaign. You want to, like, we do online ads on various different social, whatever the hell. I'm open to that. I'm all over that. I'll pay for that. I will go with I get more subscriptions, I get more traffic. I go, okay, we'll do that. Let's do that. Well, I'm not, I haven't got to that part or something. I don't know why there's such a resistance there. Sooner or later, I'll get a guy. I mean, I'm talking to people, and we'll get to it whenever. But what happens is, what do I get? Well, I made some changes and everything. He was hoping to get paid for it, but I didn't care. Google Analytics. Sign up for Google Analytics, Freedom's Phoenix Google Analytic thing. Boom! 2 point whatever million users of it's the big numbers going up and then this day, and oh my God, you had 300,000 hits on it. Woo, man, you're winning. It's all bots. So I'm just going, no, and I could see what was going on as you're tracking what they're doing. We have hundreds of thousands, like over 500,000 at least, headline entries on Freedom's Phoenix that it provides context for all of you go on the search engine on Freedom's Phoenix, the top right, you'll see a little search thing up there. You put in anything, freaking, underwater basket weaving, belly button lint sweater company of whatever the hell, okay? You put it on Freedom. If we have a story on it, it has everything related to it, all the kind of, boom, there you go. Gold, silver, election laws, precious metals, aliens, energy, whatever. When the news hits something like that, what do the search engines do? They provide, a lot of times ours will hit, and boom, there it is. That's a big story. I get, tens of thousands of hits or whatever. But Google Analytics, all of these search engine things, go in and then find, they know what the most popular thing is, or it started hitting on their search engine's results. Or they go, yep, and now we know what to turn off. This is what they found in the Twitter code for, like, Alex Jones. He goes, hey, man, I got delisted or whatever after Elon Musk bought it. He's going, I don't know. How did that? Well, you go look at the code. Is that we target Alex Jones, that we don't have this issue. We don't have this site. We got a whole big giant list of sites. Well, guess what? Freedom's Phoenix is on it, okay? So this is why I go, I don't care. All they do is use the search engine optimization to target those locations, that accumulation of data that they can memory hole so it's not available. One of my most popular articles, always in the top 10 on traffic, it was the Nook and book reading and Amazon Fire and whatever files that people made over the years, Modi and all this other different kind of stuff to be able to do on your readers, PDF files of Unintended Consequences, which is in the mid-90s, is a book that really targeted, went after, was a romance novel for men on guns. I mean, it was, the revolution against the BATF or whatever. It was a very popular book. And Unintended Consequences is about all the stupid laws that they did and how it motivated in different areas in economics, in firearms, Second Amendment support, in politics or whatever, that the people starting to resist what's going on now. And the government was freaked by this thing. They went after anybody that was selling it. We were buying them by the crate loads, and 90 legislators in Arizona State Legislature have 60 representatives and 30 senators. Every one of them got a back copy of that book. A guy named John Ross recently died. I had him on the show. He sent me a signed copy. I got it up there. It'd be a super big prize and worth some money. Used versions, a hardback of that our friend Gary Gannon bought it for our friend Andrew Strimmick. He bought that book to get him on eBay, paid $300 for it.
Wow.
So I'm going, this is a popular book that we had that you could just download. Now, John Ross is like, hey, man, that's infringement. I go, sue me. Report me, copyright, whatever. We'll get more press. Don't worry about it. Didn't care.
So, look, I just want to change. I only have about
my point on that is that no longer is up there from the search engines. They beat that down, and it was for a decade. It was one of the top things.
Yeah.
This is what they're doing. That's why I don't give a crap about search engine optimization. It's optimize the narrative and diminish what is counter to that narrative.
Well, it's going to be fascinating, too. It's going to be like with my mentor, Irv Homer. He used to advise on his AM channel way back in the 80s. To get out of the bubble in America of the newspapers is to go to the library and get an international journal or subscribe to an international newspaper, like at least back in the day. So it'll be fascinating in the future whether or not Americans will illegally, quote unquote, have access to foreign AI agents. I mean, why not an agent from Russia? That'd be pretty fascinating. You talk to their search engine and then you just get a Russian translate. Well, actually, the AI would translate it for you. What's the big deal? So I'm curious how much that will be legal once you have the AI agents. Well, look, I have about 15 minutes, and I want to just say a few things, and I'll throw it to you if you want to end the show or such. But this stuff probably would be better for earlier in the show. We can talk about it more next time. Just a couple thoughts. First is Kash Patel was being interviewed by Congress today or yesterday about Epstein, and I think I counted like 39 views. Like nobody cares, right? Talk about I just don't care.
On what?
About Epstein. It was he was pulled in front of Congress again to answer questions about how the FBI is doing, and some of the questions, a lot of them were about Epstein, but there was no engagement, no interest to even watch the video. Remember before, a year or so ago, there would have been quite a bit of views, people trying to figure out what's going on with Epstein, Patel, Dan Bongino, all of this. What's going on with this so-called drain the swamp, right? And the apathy is deafening. Just to see that, and I didn't even care. I think I watched for like 2 minutes, and it was just the same spread and circus back and forth. For what it's worth, Thomas Massey at least tried to get a question in or not, and Kash Patel just did the usual. Well, Mr. Senator, I can't quite answer that. I'll have to get back to you on that. And he's just like, all right, I'm done. And then you realize, there's 39 views, and that ultimately is the issue. I think it was even Freedom Phoenix that you have up there about Nelson Mandela, who talked about that if a country or a government ultimately does not take care of their children, then that's the ultimate fail and lack of, the moral authority for that government. And so here we have the pedophile in chief. I mean, at the end of the day, this is where the conservatives and the MAGA 2.0 have a problem. And many of the Zionists, and many of them, including one person I know who's very religious, he goes to one of these mega churches that gets money through the Israel funds for these mega churches, which, by the way, is documented. You can see they tend to be in California and in Texas, which is fascinating. Is that the church systems, some of these mega church franchises that are influenced by Zionist money, and they've been like this since the 60s or 70s, are in California and Texas. The two biggest states, I mean, we'll discard Alaska and Florida for a second, and with the most electoral votes, whereas one is completely liberal and the other one is conservative. So they have got both bases covered. It's brilliant. And my one friend, he grew up in Northern California where this church system is. And then he moved to Arizona. And because it's so close to California, they have a few franchises, churches from that group that are here in the Phoenix area. So he attends one of those, which is what always made me, I started to crack the code about why so many of my Christian friends, Catholics, Christians, Mormons even, how none of them were pro-Zionist about how we have to do whatever it takes to support Israel. Otherwise, God will look down upon me, right? That's the Mike Huckabee line, the Ted Cruz line. I'm thinking, who are these people? Where'd they all come from? Is it all Christians? I didn't quite understand that coming from a Buddhist background, but that's how I started talking to Andrew Stremick again, twice, two mentions on the same show today. And then we had him as a guest on the show. He did a great job on the show about it. But like what we're hearing, and my understanding is that it's only about 20% roughly of Christians have that view. Most don't. So it's a minority opinion. So I started thinking, well, how did this minority view get so strong into our system? And I explored that, but also realized they're coming from those states, including my one friend. I kept trying to think, how's my one friend suddenly, it's like the invasion of the body snatchers, and suddenly he's okay with endless wars and defending a pedophile system that was supposed to have been drained. And it's funny because my friend, he, as a Christian, at least from his viewpoint, I'm not saying all Christians feel this way, but let's just say you mentioned the Catholic Church. He just goes to town bashing it, and it's a cult and this and that. I mean, again, this is the religious war back and forth. I'm not getting involved in it. I'm sure many of you guys have heard this kind of back and forth from some people. But the mention you bring up Catholics, and I come from a Catholic background myself. I went to Sunday school back in the day. I got kicked out when I was a kid for asking too many questions. That was a long time ago. But that's a true story. But to this day, what's the one problem we can all admit that Catholics as a church and as Catholic parishioners, they can still get hit with, unfortunately, is the stigma of the child predator, pedophile priests, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, comedians still make jokes about that, right? And it's a stigma that's going to last for a long time. It's unfortunate. And if you're a Catholic, I'm sure it's been tough, especially when the scandals first broke, is that you have your church, your organized religion defending pedophilia. I mean, how do you even wrap your head around that? Now, that doesn't mean that Catholics are all supported, of course, but they're in a tough spot. They're not going to throw their whole religion out, but at the same time, they are now they've been soiled with that stigma for not watching the store or whatever. Well, the same thing I try to explain to my friend who likes to throw that on Catholics. I said the same thing to him as a Christian who's a Zionist Christian. I said, you do know that you now have the same stink that you think the Catholics have. You now have it. Because how do you justify supporting an administration that supports the pedophilia ring of Epstein simply because that's a bitter pill that you'll take in order to save Israel, which I've said on your show before. Any God that supports a country that has to use pedophile extortion rings to get their way is not, in my opinion, a God worth following. And then, of course, I was told I was going to hell because I said something about, blah, blah, blah. And then they get down that BS, which goes beyond the Trump report. But it's just kind of fascinating how that has been playing out more. And with Kash Patel on right now or yesterday, nobody even cares to see. So if a country is going to be judged by how it judges its children and drain the swamp was the mantra for the last 10 years, and nobody even cares to watch it at this point, it just, and instead everyone's looking to the new political party that Joe Kent and Tucker and everyone else and liberals are going to all come. Something new is coming out that I talked about earlier in the show about the reorientation of the Nolan graph going forward, or at least where the political focus is going to reorient. Not the Nolan graph. The Nolan graph is the Nolan graph. The other thing is,
they keep changing it though.
Yes. The other thing is the youth culture or the youth future. I think I wrote down is breaking out. How like
what'd you call it? The future?
the youth. No, the youth. I think my note says future or culture. I wasn't sure. I usually don't want to put. Yeah, I know. It's the merging. but obviously there was a time when having slaves was, of course, not good, or it was horrible, but it made sense in its time. The people back in the day, it was part of their, I didn't say culture, but it was how things were done. In retrospect, it's easy to look back and say, "Oh my God, what were they smoking? They're evil people." Or the Salem witch trials, and I'm sure people will look back and talk about people smoking and say, how the heck were people smoking? It seems so absurd and ridiculous. And like, my God, you're smoking, people smoke, and secondhand smoke, which, by the way, I have doubts about the whole secondhand smoke thing, but that's another conversation. But it's like, in retro, but we lived through the years of smoking on airplanes. It was completely normal in our day. Now, and we're old enough to live long enough to start looking back and going, how did we do that? And our grandkids are going to think we're absolutely out to lunch. It's amazing how people can't, and when they're in their bubble, they can't sense how their own culture of their time changes. And it's easy to put down others in other times as if they're all evil, but we get it. We're all the smart ones. Well, it's interesting. And so we all see that. Jim Crow laws, all of that. It just seems so foreign to modern sensibilities. But I think I'm seeing another change hearing from the youth, and it's happening quickly.
The youth.
The youth, something that I haven't really heard talked about, and it's coming from all sides now, and that is the sense of colonialism and imperialism and things that we learned in school about the British Empire, and of course, the British versus the French Empire and the Spaniards, and of course, Hong Kong was a colony of this, and India. And it's funny, we talked about that as it's just history. I mean, it's been around for 1,000 years at least. I don't know if the British Empire was 1,000, but these types of colonialism have been around for a long time. You have the Ottoman Empire. I mean, heck, it goes back to the Romans, taking over most of the known world at the time.
Yeah, it was empires of countries.
Yeah. So, but it's and look, power corrupts absolutely. You're always going to have that. But it seems now that the world has been all discovered. And it's being, we have all these different countries, and everything's been set up. We have the United Nations, despite all the problems. It's almost like tokenization of land, tokenization of cultures, and it's getting micronized. And I guess what I'm trying to get to is it sounds like the youth today are looking at colonialism the same way that we would look at slavery deeply. Not just like, hey, it's not so nice to indigenous people.
Yeah,
but they're starting to look at it.
Slaves.
They're starting to look at it as so evil at its core. And so for people who think that the left, or you could say the right too, the youth, see America as evil. It was built on original sin with slavery, and then they want to tear down the founding fathers and all of that. But it seems like there's another gripe that's being evolved from the perspective of not living in the past, is that these countries with colonialism did the equivalent of full-on slavery. And you could, I could see that argument, especially when the colonies now, or the colonialism or the hegemonies of the world are all breaking down. I mean, the British Empire collapsed how long ago when their economy went? The Russia, the Soviet Union fell apart. The only thing left is liberal democracy, and I've given that spiel before about fascism, communism, and liberal democracy, and those are the three outcomings from the last 100 years of the new change in modernism. And of those, fascism went down first, then communism eventually fell, and liberal democracy thought it was the winner. And since the Soviet Union fell, and we thought we finally won, and yet the power got to our head, and we're sitting there trying to control the world, and we're here from America, we're here to help. And we're going to spread our democracy of freedom, where we're going to tell you, how to live your life. And we're going to tell you what drugs you can put in your body. We're going to tell you, but we're spreading freedom. And that mindset from Fox and CNN of the baby boomers I talked about earlier, that are dying off. But that sense, I think that's what's going to die with the baby boomers, is the normalization of colonialization or imperial type policies. I mean, Ron Paul, to his credit, was the first that I remember hearing that was jarring to me when I first heard it, when he called America the American Empire. And he said that on the national debate stage. I mean,
Empire.
that was a big deal. I'd never thought of it that way until he said it. And it always reverberated with me. So anyway, I just wanted to point that out, that it's something I'm sensing with the youth, that it's becoming a real dirty concept that we're just kind of phasing out of. So I don't think it's going to be easily picked up by other countries trying to do it. Not that other countries won't try to do it.
Well, this is a good thing to bring up, is that that when you look at America being viewed by this generation, the difference is that we have the receipts. I mean, the internet and access. That's why I make such a big deal about IPFS. Behind the scenes, there is inspired by us doing the IPFS thing, there was a couple IT guys that I knew that they were working on another blockchain thing. That's a long story. They contacted me, and we just started working on it like yesterday or the day before, how we're going to be doing the network. They're not interested in, the Declare Your Independence, the Ernest Hancock show. They're not interested in Freedom's Phoenix, but they are interested in Occupy the Land. They see they're for solutions now. We're solutions, man. We want you to do a show on that. We're going to put you on our network and everything. And the enticement was, we're doing it with IPFS. Streaming on IPFS, storing it on IPFS, RSS feeding from IPFS. And the reason is for all the reasons that I kept screaming about, is that no deplatforming, no eliminating of the data, no search engine optimization bullshit. Because it's difficult to do an indexing of what's on IPFS because it's just a bunch of hashes. But you are able to do it. And we demonstrated that, 4 or 5 years ago with Colin Cantrell from Nexus. I was emceeing, and behind the stage, he just sat there one afternoon. He goes, well, I could do that. I go, well, then do it. And he goes, okay. I didn't mean right then. So he sat on a bar stool back there in the jungle of the whatever. It was outside, and, it's called a secret garden thing. And he was there working with a guy in Vietnam that works on a lot of his blockchain stuff. And they're for a couple of hours. Boom. That night we went on Anarcast, which is a podcast that was covering things down there, and demoed that you can have search engines on IPFS, which nobody thought could be done. Well, as we demo this and so on, all these pieces, I keep screaming about it, because we have to have the ability to take ones and zeros from the data that when we finish this show, I'll compress it and whatever, make it a smaller file, and do whatever we do. Put it up as an audio, and then as an audio and video. That video goes to IPFS that cannot be deleted. Well, what happens is the RSS feed from that, a company called Content Safe, a guy that's out of Malaysia somewhere, libertarian, and his brother's here, and we pay them once, a bunch of money a month, and what they do is they take that feed that we have on that permanent record, and then they put it into the download it to MP4, that then they put it up on YouTube and Rumble and BitChute and Odyssey and all that kind of crap. So they do that because I ain't got time, man. I mean, how much? Good, you do it. So the fact that we were able to demonstrate that Derek built from nothing, just because he understood the tech, and he was telling me over a decade ago, well, I think this is what you're talking about. Well, what happened? All of a sudden, our server that's IPFS, one of the nodes it's in, is one of the most popular. It's been there the longest. It has, all kinds of connections, and it propagates really fast, and it goes faster than YouTube, and it can't be deleted. Well, this group is called Studio 8424. They have created an entire network that's based on, and we're one of the first content providers going on that. Well, we're working it out and so on, what schedule I might do. I said, look, we're going to slow burn on this. I'm going to jump in. I got to, reorganize my life to do this. And it's going to be live streaming, storage, and dissemination of data that cannot be deleted. This is what we need for the future. Now, while you were talking, I went ahead and did this for the audience. They could see me, working it here on the Unintended Consequences book download that we did. I put it up on top of the page. Now, we had it up there long, in 2013 is when I first put it up there. And then we updated it in 2019 because one of the guys, the OCR of the before AI, was kind of character recognition that they do to make PDFs of the book and so on. That somebody took the time to do that. Well, it had some errors, and anyway, they fixed it. So this is for download as a PDF, and you can print it out and just read it, or on your computer or whatever. Mobi or AZW, which is the file for your portable digital book thing. So we put this up there. Here's the corrected PDF file. Here's the show that I did, with the guy. Here, get over here. Whatever. I can't get it up there. Oh, there it is. So there is the the show that I did. Who was on that? It was Karen Katowski that day. This is back in 2014. I did with the author John Ross. Now I'm going, okay. He was an investment broker, financial advisor, author, and he's most known for his book, Unintended Consequences. Now, there is a story behind the U.S. government, FBI, the ATF. They were on his ass for writing a book, a novel. But it was so powerful. Well, what happened, you go on, click here, you can purchase it. It goes to Accurate Press. See, it's not there anymore. This wipe is not, this website is not published anymore. Oh, okay. Well, is it on Amazon? Let's go to Amazon and see what's up. So here it is, Unintended Consequences. Hardcover, $315 on Amazon. Then you have paperback, $53. Now I got a reprint down here. I think it's like $50. This is a very popular 5-star, 584.8 rating of, oh my God. You read this book, and it came out right after Waco that happened. Like, Waco was like in the fall or spring. This came out like a few months later, and it goes right up until that point. This was enormously powerful, and it scared the shit out of the U.S. government. It was an alternative narrative based on all the facts of what was going on. And this was post-Ruby Ridge, post-Waco, but the book starts in the Warsaw Ghetto during World War II when they rounded up the Jews and put them in the Warsaw Ghetto. It was the butter knife brigade. Use a butter knife to go, knife a German soldier to get his Luger, and then you get more Lugers. I mean, it was amazing, the path. And Claire Wolfe said it's like a Harlequin novel for men. Instead of a romance novel, it was it's guns and stuff. So this is so powerful a medium. That's how I understood the impact of the internet and the impact of the memory hole of 1984. People, you just go watch the movie 1984. I think it was Hurt. I don't know, William Hurt, the guy that played, the head bad guy in V for Vendetta. Which was interesting. That was kind of like a sequel almost to 1984.
Yeah, he got it. We all know him because he got indigestion in Alien. Yep, pretty bad.
Right, that guy. So you watch 1984, especially if you read the book. Of course, the book's always better, but in the book, it's just it's just all the narrative. It's just BS, and any headline that they didn't like, they just changed. That was his job. What was his name? Winston. His name, that was his job. He goes, oh, that's headline not good. We got to change the headline, it's different. Candace got her butt whipped. That was him. To sit there and change, we're going to change it. So this is, I put this up. Now what happens is this is 13. We originally put it up and updated it in 19. What are we now, 26? This is 7 years after last time, I put this back, made a thing out of it. I'm telling you what's going to happen. It's going to get freshly SEO'd. It's going to go ahead and go, and then it's going to get nailed. I can look at, the Google Analytics. Boom, it should just, boom, knock it down. And this is happening everywhere all the time, which is why we do this Studio 8424 thing. And I was doing everything I could to encourage that. Look, I can't believe the Liberty community is not working on this. It's there. The network is already there. Hundreds of thousands of nodes around the world. They can't take it down. So, because it's not just one server, that file gets replicated all over the place. It's called pinning. So I'm going, okay, what now? Well, they called me and said we got the what now. Ernie, we talked to you after we finished what you said you wanted. Do you want to come on the schedule? Hell yeah! Do I think I'm going to get a lot of traffic and a new thing? No, that's not the point. You support that which you want to see more of. So I tell Derek, I go, look, here it is. They took your original idea and did and built and kind of got and whatever. We've done, James Corbett put all his stuff on IPFS just to have it all. But it was difficult to do it, and it's a pain, and we needed somebody to, we just didn't have the time to coding, we were doing other stuff. Well, they did it. So I'm going, take a look at it, whatever suggestions you have, call him, talk to him, positive waves, be encouraging, because they did the work. So I'm going to do the show, and I'm encouraging everybody else. You know, I had Eric Peters on, EricPetersAuto.com, automotive.com. He's a libertarian gearhead gun guy. He's always on, a car guy and gun, and he's on Lou Rockwell all the time. Well, what happens, I tell him about it, show because he was been getting banned and so on too, because he's saying the wrong thing. So I'm going, look, man, here's the solution. I go, all right, cool. Libertas.earth, I want to do. Libertas.earth is starting to take off. People are being providers. They're taking the ads and doing. I am in it for the long game. And what's going to happen is what always happens. When the people are ready, they look. And a guy that's been there for 40, 50 years talking about freedom and anti-war and all that kind of crap, and he's 70, almost 80 years old, all of a sudden 13, 14, 23-year-olds are going, who the hell is this Ron Paul guy? What the heck where you been all my life? Been there the whole time. But he never wavered. He was consistent. He was principled. And he was there.
Yeah, I'm seeing that quite a bit with kind of normies or young people starting to hear how they're like a lot of these economic sites, so-called economic, not for us, but buying and trading and all of this, they're starting to have people from our world kind of cross-pollinating on theirs. Just like Tucker Carlson's showing up on the Young Turks. I'm starting to see like Peter Schiff on other shows that normally would not have him. And many times the host has to slow down, not just Peter, but people like him, saying, whoa, we have an educated audience about money and finance, but you need to walk us through what exactly is the petrodollar and how did this happen? And I know it's like,
and who's been telling you this for decades?
No,
and
I know.
This Mike
people,
guy that was VP libertarian that now going for a Republican. Why? Make him look better? It's to make them look better.
Yeah.
Clint Bullock is now Supreme Court Justice in Arizona, which started and was head of Institute for Justice, which is a big, giant libertarian thing. He spoke at our first Freedom Summit, and the Republican governor appoints him Supreme Court. Why? To make us look better? It's to make him look better. I'm telling you.
No, Ernie, calm down. I know. This is a bad place to end on it because I know it's all. Look, I feel almost as frustrated as you. we've been battling this for so long, and almost anyone who's still listening to our kooky show, how many hours in, if you're listening, aside from a few government people who are probably listening, but if you're still listening, you know how much you've been banging your head against the wall and family members laughing and on supporting candidates that never even get any traction and people laugh at you. Why are you wasting your vote? We go all day. But nevertheless, it's at this point now where the normies, mostly younger people and some middle age, are just sitting back going, wait a minute. What do you mean? What do you mean we own all this debt? Like, what do you mean a petrodollar? What do you mean? So, because people just were used to just making money. You buy a house, it always goes up. You buy the stock, it keeps going up. But in fact, speaking of stocks, this is a little tangential. We were watching The Incredible Hulk with Bill Bixby. We watch a lot of classic shows here for family time. We watched an Incredible Hulk episode. It was a good one, by the way. I forget how good that show is. But this character in the show was watching the news, the old-fashioned news on the TV, and they were talking about the stock market, and it was like, it was like a real news thing. And they said, "Oh, the Dow hit an all-time high, 780 points." I'm like, wow, that was like 780 points. And of course, now the Dow's 50,000 or whatever. So it was incredible, or maybe, yeah, anyway, it was incredible how much that it had changed. But to hear young people finally just start to realize what kind of bag they're now stuck holding, and starting to wrap their head around how their parents and grandparents basically, be able to reaped all the benefits from the prior generations, changed everything, got us off the gold standard, complained that they didn't get enough gimmies, fought for maternity leave and mandatory this and on and on and on, and all the benefits, and not caring about the debt clock and all the things we've been talking about. And they just thought it was kooky. And now they're going, wait, petrodollar what? Run that by me again? Like, what do you mean? What is this BRICS? Like, what is going on? And they're just starting to get the realization now of what this audience has known for a long time. And I'm not saying that just to be a little big-headed, which we should. We have a right to be conceited over this point and frustrated. But we at least have had decades preparing and being aware of it. We understand it. Imagine you're someone either the young or older, and you're just coming to realization now that you've been on the beach and you think it's a clear day, and then someone finally gives you binoculars and cleans the lens for you because you had them before, you just never bothered looking. They clean the lens and you look out, and now you see this big giant wave out there heading real quick, and you go, holy crap, how come no one's warned me about this? What's been going on? Up is down and left is right. And you've got, of course, Donald Trump, my favorite president, supposedly, according to certain Ernest, who says, we're in the golden age. America's in the golden age. The economy's never been hotter, man. So, and that's a good place to end. We're in the golden age. I'm sure you feel like we're in the golden age, Ernie. But with that said, I have to run.
Russia Gate was all about golden shower stuff.
I have to run next time. Yeah, next time I do have. When we get back to the Trump report, I was going to drop it at the very end, but these are good points I want to talk next time. One is Dan Blazarian. I mentioned earlier. He had a very simplified, focused campaign with points of what the new party should be. And I want to read them off. They're like 10 points, and I'll do that, which I think it's not just for Dan, but it's an interesting template for where I think this blending of the new electorate is going as we see the reorientation again, like from the Nolan graph. And then also, I have a lot to say about the whole Muslim issue that has been going on since you and I have taken our break. You commented on it quickly as part of one of the news items, but I think you and I, it's worth getting into. And I think we're going to agree more than disagree, but there's some points that I'd like to bring up, and I think they'll be worth for a richer discussion next week. So anyway, audience, it was great to be back, and I missed my buddy Ernie, and I'm sure he missed me telling him each of us how wrong the other side is. But anyway, but thank you. Thanks, Ernie. I'm glad you're back. You guys are safe, and we will talk next week, all right? Maybe I'll run into you at Buc-ee's. See you guys. Peace.
All right, peace, brother. Bye.